6 on Thursday the 14th. We are in number 462. About 4,000 to be here. What, 3 years?
3 years to get you.
1,500, what it was, 2,000 videos?
Close to over 3,000 videos.
12 million views. Needs to be in a few vehicles. They're worse things. Yeah, we really use this. Go through. I want to play and make things you put through. But that's actually not bad. Took it in like 3 nothing.
See how it's like. I think.
Train.
Bit of a rush.
One last little bit last push right. And we're having a size super dry. So 10 euros. How much beer? About 4 grand just to get this.
Right, hello and welcome back to the channel. It is day 2 in Bordeaux, and I'm at the tram station where you can see a couple of Chile fans there, about to head to the stadium for our first match of the tournament. Seen a lot of South Africans here, a lot of. I mean, we're just on a tram now, and there's just Afrikaans everywhere. There's English, which is the main thing, which is very cool to see. But yeah, Samoa versus Chile kick off at 3 o'clock, which is in about 4 hours time. It's about 12 o'clock, so yeah, we're about to head to the stadium now, do a couple of interviews, go and see a lot of the South African fans, get some interviews with some of the Chilean fans, Samoan fans who are out in their colours. Personally, might actually go get a Chile shirt as well. But yeah, stay tuned for my first match day vlog of the tournament. everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. This is day 2 of the Forever Sports Tour, and we are here in Bordeaux. Samoa versus Chile kickoff is in about just over an hour's time, and as you can see, absolutely pumping here in Bordeaux. Chile definitely seems to have the most fans here. It's a bit of a red army over here, although the Samoan support is definitely starting to arrive. Plenty of South Africans ahead of the game tomorrow against Romania, and I've got a beer, I've got my glasses on, and let's go have a look and see what's going on here. How's it guys? So I'm checking here, sitting here at the photography stand, and yeah, busy watching Team Warm in front of me. Very cool warm jerseys, by the way. I was actually going to get their jerseys, but the actual warm jerseys are very cool. But yeah, sitting in the stadium, slowly starting to fill up. Just by the way, keeping an eye out for the Red Army. A lot of Chilean supporters in for today. It's just an army of red looking around here. The Samoans have come out there force as well, but absolutely nothing compared to what Chile have got. And yeah, second ever World Cup game for them. They looked the part, a couple of players looking very confident around here. Very cool to sort of see it, and very cool to see how excited the fans are. We spoke to a couple of fans outside, and you can just see how excited they are to get involved in something like this. I mean, we all know how passionate of a sports nation Chile are, and the rugby doesn't seem to be any different. Very keen to see what Samoa can do here. They should be able to get the job done, but you know, anything can happen in a World Cup. So I hope you guys are enjoying the watch along, and take it soon. Okay, and that is game 1. Lots of fight in Chile. Fan favorite team, they're absolutely brilliant side. From a people perspective, I mean, I've just left about 25 minutes after the game, half an hour after the game. They're still signing autographs, they're still changing their fans, so absolutely brilliant team that definitely has a lot of future. I mean, they were always going to struggle against Samoa, physically wise. It was tough for them to cope. But yeah, that is game 1 in the bag. Gonna go walk around the village a little bit, see if there's anything. Might get myself a shitty shirt, actually, the way things are going, and then head on home for a watch along before hopefully hitting the streets of Bordeaux later. Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS. All right, we're outside Bordeaux. There is an hour until kickoff, and you can see it's an absolute sea of green over here. Yeah, and the plan is we're just going to head into the depths of Springbok supporters, chat with a few people, and see what's going on. So let's go and see. Basically, this is what it looks like to be here at Bordeaux. Let's go have a look and find some people to chat to and stuff. And yeah, I mean, as you can sort of see, we're talking about a sea of green. There's Springbok fans on fans on fans on fans on fans. We're going to be asking a few people for some score predictions and just try and find out how many people are actually here from South Africa and stuff, the travellers. So we're going to walk around and we're going to have a look. Hello everybody, hello, how are you? How are you? Good. Steve.
Hi, Wayne.
Very nice to meet you.
Hi, Steve.
Gentlemen, how are you? Good. Welcome. Where are you guys from?
Africa.
Johannesburg.
Yeah.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, are you?
Good. Please introduce yourself. Tell us where you're from.
I'm Anita and I'm from Port Elizabeth in South Africa.
Kom here gedaan, yeah. There we go. We've ticked
Sorry,
off.
that one.
Yeah. My name is Steve, we're from Forever Sports. We are recording over here, so we're going to cover all the multitude of South African supporters. Are you guys all from South Africa? No, you are. Who's got load shedding when they get back? Okay, I want to go stand with you guys. This is my load shedding buddies here. What's impressive, if you ask me, is the fact we've got so many people actually from South Africa bringing the rand over here. We never thought our currency would get this far, but so far so good. No ways!
Hi, boy. Hello, Ross. How are you doing?
Yeah, very well.
Like
So this is how small of a world it is. Went to Varsity with this man who, as you can see, is looking phenomenal. Who dressed you today?
So we're here with a bunch of, there's 11 of us. We call ourselves Bokval.
Bokval.
Bokval. So it's like a stokval. So we've been saving up for 4 years. And now eventually we're here.
Joining the Sea of Green, where are you guys from?
Durban originally.
Durban, yeah.
I'm from Durban as well.
Durban, okay, shame. Sorry to hear that. Got a couple of Durbanites here. I'm from Joburg, so no, we appreciate your work. We have to go on holiday somewhere.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's true. So you said originally, where are we now?
London.
London, right?
Yeah, London.
But still sports South Africa, still South Africa through.
Always. Springboks forever.
There we go. And is this your first game for the World Cup?
No, 2. Yesterday was it?
Samoa versus Chile game. Oh, there we go. What did we think about yesterday?
Crazy. But today it's better.
It's amazing. It's just a sea of green, and thank you guys for wearing your colours and bringing out the box. When did you arrive?
We arrived on the 15th.
15. Okay, it's been a while. And when are we leaving?
We are leaving on the 25th, so we're watching the Ireland game.
Ireland game. All right,
Yeah.
cool. We'll see you there. Right, Romania today. Give me a score prediction.
I am going to say 66.
At least 80 points.
At least 80 points. In the game or for us particularly specific? Okay, 80. Yeah, right.
Yeah, we have to match the Irish. They did 82, I think.
70. Yeah, so along those lines. Yeah, so. Well, if you get 80 points, I'll get a bonus point. So.
Let's aim for 80.
Do you think Romania scored today?
Oh, yes. I think so.
To be fair, I think everyone here probably wants them to score actually.
They've got to at least get a bonus.
Yeah, cool.
It'll just make it feel good for a while.
Oh, there we go. Score prediction for today.
Score prediction on my SUPERBRU, I went Boks by 70. But I'm going to change that because I think the Boks are going to go 55. 55. We're going to be celebrating a lot of tries. A lot of tries will be celebrated.
You got to tries, more tries. Does Romania have a chance?
Many tries.
All the tries, eh?
100 out of 0.
100 0, okay.
So we got to get a little bit more.
You reckon? 11 tries. We need more than 11 tries. We're going to go past Kevin. I want 80 points. What do you reckon?
I like barely double digits, so 10 tries.
10 tries. 10
But
tries.
I think just for the spirit of the game, it wouldn't hurt if Romania could score. They've got so many supporters here.
Yeah, I think to be fair, I think we all want them to score 8 tries.
Across the line,
Yeah,
you know, it's fine.
we do.
80-10.
80-10.
Yeah, nothing less than 60, buddy.
Nothing less than 60.
24-13.
Not going to be a popular man later. Right, so 10-11 tries so far is the call. And I've bumped a couple of Romanian fans over here. Love the jersey, first of all. How are we? Yeah, come here. Yeah, come on here. We want everybody here. We got everybody in here. Yeah. Coming up against the current world champs. How are you guys feeling?
We are feeling, I think, confident. We want to make a big game to get out of the game like Uruguay last game with France, like heroes. Yeah, it's hard to beat them, but we can be some heroes. We want to see some heroes there.
I'm actually quite keen to see how Dion Ferreira's coming on as replacement hookers.
Okay.
And that.
We must see Marco Verstappen in there, you know.
Exactly.
Apparently anyone's a hooker these days.
Exactly.
Don't quote me on that, but after you finish here, we're being invaded here. It's a bit of a takeover here. I'm going to come across here. Once you guys have played today, who are you guys supporting in the tournament? Are you guys going to support us afterwards, or is there another team you're supporting?
Depends of the result. Depends on the result. But the European team must win it.
No. Come here to us. You see, come here to us. We'll take you.
Well, you already have a movie, so the European nation needs to know.
Yeah, we need another movie though. We've got no electricity. It's tough out there. This is the nice thing, I suppose, when it comes to the smaller games, is that there is genuinely no animosity whatsoever. It is very, very relaxed. And yeah, there's a lot of camaraderie. Hopefully that won't change. And look, if the Boks lose, you might see a lot of very grumpy Springbok supporters. Are we bringing it back to Pretoria?
Absolutely.
You reckon?
Absolutely.
Bring it back.
All it back?
Absolutely.
So you're going to bring it home?
Yeah, definitely.
The World Cup came back to South Africa for another 4 years.
My friend, he said yes.
Okay, there you go. You asked here, Cleese, Ches and Colvin. They've confirmed that the World Cup is coming back to South Africa. So you heard it here first. There we go. Guys, thank you so much. Enjoy the game. see the lineup, and we all laugh at James, who in Madrid is now. And he's like, there he is. Look at him. Look at him. There's the rain come already. Unlike the way. Hello everybody and welcome back to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. And as you can see, it is Paris week. South Africa versus Ireland on Saturday. Welcome to week 2 of the tour, the first official tour long week. We're in Bordeaux, we're now in Paris. We've got 4 days of build-up. The Springbok announcement is actually tonight. And come here, join us, subscribe to the channel, and let's go see Paris, shall we? Fun morning. Coming out of the police station. We are finally up doggy there. Yeah, first behind the camera and got photo yesterday, so we're going to sort that out. And late change for plans. It's not going to be announced tonight, so unfortunately got 2 hours. But yeah, let's go see Paris. Roads across the street. Gonna blow our entire holiday budget on like a quarter of a watch. I reckon if we sold all our camera equipment, we might be able to buy like a strap. This is my official audition to become a Nike athlete. By that, I think I'm just visiting the store. And this is why we are here. To get the full selection of our stuff. Bloody floor. I'm walking upstairs. Pretty cool though. Come to a basically 5-story Nike. This is where it gets dangerous. You see French jerseys. I'm seeing lots of different jerseys. I'm seeing a lot of Euros. Getting sorted for my next fishing trip. Look, arrived at home going to Loftus in my khaki Air Jordan jacket. There you go, nice. See when you watch the rugby on a Saturday morning, and you're sorted. Alright. Let's go see the option film, shall we? This is now my Lecoq 14 edition there. Now see all the rugby stuff.
This is currently where I'm walking. As you can see, I'm actually just taking a stroll literally through the French countryside to go and report on the Box Paris-based press conference. No public transport out here apart from a bus that doesn't go the right way. So having to give it a bit of a leg, I tried to ask a couple of French people for a lift, and both, two ladies and a guy, all three of them shook their heads and said no anglais and drove off. So clocking in some steps. It's a half an hour walk to the press conference. Yes, I do have the camera and tripod and mics on my back, so this is going to be lots of fun. I realise the train's coming in the wrong side.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, BITDEFENDER, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much.
Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS.
Chat.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Fan Forum on a Thursday night in our usual slots. But as you can see, once again, Stevie has deserted us on his wild French adventures. And we've got one of his companions, his partners in crime from Marseille, which I'm sure you've seen around in the channels. Scotty, how you doing, man? How you doing? How was Marseille? And yeah, fill us in how that weekend went, and give us the vibe and how it all went.
Yeah, I mean, Crystal, good to be back, but behind the lens after this put on blast early. So
just talk us through your weekend there, Scotty.
Okay, so well, listen, I arrive in Marseille at 11:30. Get to Stevie's place. Bear in mind, my data roaming's not working. I have to buy a pizza from this place. He doesn't have. I'm like trying to call Stevie, but he only has the landline. So I'm chatting to their customers. Finally managed to get Stevie. Anyways, this is after trying to fit on the couch after a couple whiskeys, and it wasn't working. So I had to settle for the floor and the throw of the couch. So this was actually the following morning while I was peacefully asleep, and Mr. Pettit was up early grinding, doing some editing. So this is game day. This is how game day began.
And people, people might not know. I was supposed to join the boys potentially, so that couch had to be between the two of us. We had to decide shotgun and who was going to. But that was never. That couch is not big enough to even sit on, I think.
I mean, I was leaving it there for you in case you made a late appearance.
Well, I had a heads up of what the conditions are going to be like, so I thought, I'll give Scotty the couch there in Marseille, and hopefully I get a proper sleeper couch if I make it to Paris.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but
Anyway,
otherwise, no, Marseille was immaculate. I mean, cheapers. You kind of actually wish the game was at 7:30 and not 9 o'clock, because I mean, you wake up and it's a book day, and when it's a book day, that means there's going to be excitement and dorps involved. And when it's only at 9 o'clock, and you might have seen some of the interviews post game, but it's a little bit blurry at that stage. But I mean, we went to a Bok Army event, which couldn't recommend more highly. And there were hundreds of South Africans. We did some epic interviews and some more questionable interviews with others, but amazing vibes. The stadium is incredible, and I was so glad that it was such a competitive game. No one, Tonga came to play. It was proper, and the cherry on top was just every single kick going over. I mean, it couldn't have been more geared out. But yeah, absolutely phenomenal experience.
Amazing, man. I was just thinking, if you're not going to do Paris, then I think Marseille is the right venue, the next best place to go. I've seen a lot of other friends who have passed through there, and it looked really amazing. Marseille looks amazing. So welcome to everyone on the live chats. I see, Albert, you've made a link. Been a comment. This is live. I hope. I'm sure you are. The fact that you made a comment, you can see us. But anyone else around here, please share your comments. We'll have a look at them, put them up, obviously, and discuss some of them as well when we can. But as you know, Scotty, I mean, World Cup just marching along as it does, quickly into the final pool game. Obviously, the books aren't playing, but we can discuss some books later. Some little interesting topics also discussed around conspiracies and doping and some topics we probably might not want to say to Stevie, man, I don't know if we should want to discuss that. I think we should try to keep it to the rugby, but we'll touch on those topics as well.
I think what we love about World Cup so much, it feels like a year of rugby chat and drama. Now put it in a month. Just it is non-stop. The fact that Malcolm Marx being taken out of the World Cup feels like years ago at this stage. These conversations are just ever changing, and the amount of things coming in and out it's been super interesting. But let's get stuck into it. So we've done quite deep dives on the previous rounds in the previous shows, but let's just quickly run through last week, starting off with Japan Samoa. Japan got the win there. It was very, very 50-50 in the fantasy stakes. I mean, I must admit, I was on Samoa. I was hoping they would gel and physicality and a bit of flair would have crossed them over the line there. But it was also a very strangely ref game, a very kind of weird game. Samoa did still, got the cards, came back. But Japan winning, did you say that was fair in the end of the day? Yeah, I think... I'm glad they've won, because I'm excited for their final game of that group. That's going to be incredible versus Argentina. That's going to be a proper spectacle. And I think given they have the best chance of going through, I love that Samoa have been putting up proper fights. And you're never going to be angry if they get the win, but I don't know about you. I mean, they're out of it now, but I was expecting a little bit more. But then when you look at their preparation, I mean, I love their team. They've got some lovely players, but if you look at their preparation, they were on a hide into nothing, weren't they? So it's a bit of a pity. No, it's tough. I think a lot of with these Pacific Islanders, these guys, they're not playing together. The cohesion is purely on the basis that they get along well, not that because they know how to play with each other. And they tend to get that. And there is always, the positive vibe within those types of camps. You don't often hear of the other, but it's more just it's the lack of formal structures and real competition time amongst the team that tends to let them down. So I mean, if Fiji, who seem to be the most likely or the only kind of possible ones to get through to the semi-finals, I'd like to maybe at the end of this show have a conversation about them being included into the the Rugby
Yeah.
Championship, because
Yeah.
there were exclusions made for Argentina after they did that in 2007. So why not the same?
Yeah, there's Scotty. I have my opinions on how all the rugby could be formatted going forward, because rugby, I mean, let's not go too much off topic, but at the moment, rugby on and off the field is not the product that we want it to be, really. Quick on to New Zealand, Italy. Wow. Hey, there were murmurings that Italy might win. That was never, ever on the forefront of my mind. But the fact of, and this whole Italy conversation, it goes back even to the inclusion of, we're talking about Fiji and the championship. Italy's inclusion over 20 years of the Six Nations was not supposed to lead to a performance like this, right? So, I mean, New Zealand would be New Zealand, and Italy, how they were not motivated, unless they've been aiming for France all along, and this is a dummy. They're fooling us, but I don't think that's the case, right? But what are your thoughts on that game?
Yeah, I thought they were actually really good with ball in hand, right? You actually look at the possession stats; they're not that unequal. They just lacked the willpower to dig deep on defense. And when you have a New Zealand team's tail up, you just got to fight for 10 minutes to try to stop those tries from happening, and then those 10 minutes might turn into 20. That's how you just keep them down. But it's Italy, 9 times out of 10, they're going to score 4 tries, right? Like it's going to be a tough night out. But they just didn't let it stop sliding. Like at the end of the day, they got 3 tries, which is good, right? But it's just only in comparison to what it was on the opposite end of the pitch, and they just let everything go through. They just they sat back, let New Zealand play at them, and there's only going to be one winner if you just run it.
I mean, there's nothing more, I think, as a rugby player, probably demoralizing, if you want to call it, that when you're 21-0 down to the All Blacks, knowing what mood they're in after 12 minutes, you almost know they could have easily probably thrown the towel, like many teams have done before. But the fact of the matter is they are actually still in the tournament. Like it feels like it's the death of. It doesn't, but it just doesn't sit right. It doesn't feel right. It should have never happened, but it did, and it that's again. Are we now? Everyone says New Zealand was just sleeping on New Zealand. Have we given New Zealand false hope again? Have they given? We don't know. I mean, we'll see at the quarterfinals, but very interesting.
I think maybe Italy knew, obviously, if they want to get through, they need to beat France or New Zealand, both of which are going to be incredibly tough. And New Zealand was their first test. If you don't lose against New Zealand, your next best option is to show that you put up a fight to make France worry and second guess, and maybe spend too much time over analyzing something in Italy's game or their own, right? But it just seems that as long as France go through the motions and play with a bit of confidence, they'll be all right. So I don't think they've done themselves any real service. As I said, I don't think they were horrible with ball in hand. They attacked the gain line and they managed to get those 3 tries. But defensively, they were a shambles. Yeah.
Argentina, Chile, quick one. I don't spend too much. I think that's pretty much spot on result. I think that game went according to plan. So Chileans put some points on this time, but I think that was a standard result. It's all about Argentina, Japan coming up anyway.
For sure. As you said, I think Chile have shown glimmers of potentially what could hopefully then come into future World Cups. I think particularly their first performance versus Japan, but it has been a bit of a rolling from Argentina and England. But we'll see. They're a very small rugby nation, but I think that's big for Argentina going into the Japan game. They needed to get points on the board, especially with how scrappy their game versus Samoa was. So that's gonna be massive for them.
Yeah. I just quickly see Albert. Thank you for commenting, man. You're talking about the doping thing. We are going to touch on that later. Yeah, we do have to bring that up, unfortunately, because this is a slideshow that we certainly did not need and was probably not necessary. But we'll get to that. And we'll move on to the Fiji-Georgia game. I actually thoroughly enjoyed this game. I think when we talk about what competitions took later, I know we say Fiji is a minnow, but Fiji kind of played like how they normally have played. To kind of they played like they were back in their tier 2 vibe. And Georgia were always I always felt they had a big game in them, and they came and they arrived. So I thoroughly enjoyed this game, but Fiji showed their class in the end, that they got over the line. But yeah, Fiji threw. But I think once again, I think we expected that, but probably a few people thought it was going to be a bigger result, right? Bigger points difference there.
Yeah, for sure. I think everyone is just so relieved, right, that they managed to put that over the line.
My heart's not that set off. I love it that they're there, but there was a lot of people heavily, heartily invested into the Fijian side this
I think it's you wouldn't want to see them muck it up. You always feel it's like you want it to be like not an upset if they get knocked out, right? Because they've done so well to get into the position they have. They've beaten big dog Australia, almost Wales, and to a Georgian team that in the previous week drew to Portugal. Like, as a Fiji team, and you want to, people are speaking about potential semi-final in this World Cup, me included. Like, you want to be able to put them away, but it did at least show and give thought to, like, even if you have a bad game, you can still get over the line. So I'm glad they clutched up in the end, and what a offload by the way.
Jeez. It just showed where Fiji are. There was probably a time when they wouldn't have done that. Their heads might have dropped them. They were very temperamental, and they kind of showed that in a way that they didn't look like they thought they were going to win by arriving. But Georgia certainly arrived, and they just had to dig deep to get that one over the line. And to Council One Music, a nice name. Yeah, Fiji don't like me favorites. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know if they didn't like it, like I said, or did it get to their head or something, because they took them a long time to get into that game, and Georgia were in that fight right to the end. So, yeah, and
it's psyche thing there. I think it's the predominantly lesser teams, or like that there, and even Rusty tries to harness that, but more in a psychosocial way, that people are out to get us. Not because we worship rugby, because they don't want us to win, type of thing. So I think people, it can work both ways, because you can submit to it. Like, let's say Italy did. They're like, okay, well, we're never going to beat the All Blacks anyway, so why are we going to, fight and stop them from scoring their 10th try? It can work the other way as well.
Scotland, Romania, we don't have to go. Yeah, I mean, more interestingly, Scotland have beaten Romania higher than Ireland and us and South Africa. If you want to put the facts there, but look, pretty much that was around the points that we were all going to probably rack up against Romania. Job done for Scotland, right? The game again. It's all about Saturday.
Yeah,
that's what we're here for.
I mean, offensively, they're probably, I guess, Scotland are probably the most exciting and fluid of those, South Africa and Ireland included, and can just kind of turn it on and score, let's say, weird tries, ones that
really good tries. They're a momentum side. They need to, they're not great at chasing. That's what I worry about Ireland. But when they have their tails up, they really build up some really great looking tries.
Job done.
Yeah, job done. Yeah, Australia, Portugal. I also enjoyed this game because Portugal was well up for it, and Australia were initially, and were grinding the first half. But I think then by halftime they were getting checked out. I think, and the Portugal were going for it. Love the attitude, love that endeavor. I really enjoyed Portugal in this World Cup. Along with Fiji, I've enjoyed Portugal so much. Australia, I mean, God bless. I don't know if we have time we don't need to discuss Australia this one. It's just quite funny that they've had to stick around France just to wallow in their pity they're probably still on holiday, probably on holiday already. But interesting game. I thought Australia would probably beat them by at least 2 scores more than that, but kudos to Portugal, giving them a good fight.
100%. I mean, Portugal has got to be one of the most outstanding performers of this World Cup, right? I'm so excited for them, hopefully, to continue building on this. They so nearly got that win last weekend versus Georgia. And we were actually watching this game while at the Bok Army event. And jeepers, you would have thought, that green part of Portugal was living large in the box setup with all our green jerseys on. It was a huge Portugal contingent all of a sudden. no, really great. And yeah, I guess
I think Fiji Portugal this week is also going to be a lacquer game to watch. It's going to be a good one.
Much so. And Fiji can't rest on their laurels.
Yeah. And that's actually a nice segue because we'll go on to the box. Actually, you were there, as you said. Return of the prodigal son, King Pollard returns and does his thing. Does what Pollard does. Look, we were always probably going to have front football. I didn't want to say it last week. It was probably always going to look decent. Let's be honest. Obviously, he gets his kicks. That's what he's there for, right? So, but you were there. Yeah, tell us about it. I mean, I think, again, expected results. Tonga even getting 18 points is pretty good effort there. Really enjoyed their attitude, enjoyed the camaraderie, enjoyed the atmosphere. I had to rewatch this one on Monday because this old man fell asleep during the game. But what I saw up in the first half, it was good. But I rewatched it, and it all went to plan, didn't it? And yeah, tell us how did you think it went?
Yeah, job done. All eyes were on the fly halves, right? The rest of the positions were largely, very predictable. And it was exactly that. I'm really glad that Pollard could come back for this type of game. I still don't think he'll start in the knockout games. I think he'll be off the bench. But yes, he'll be there for probably his kicking. But you still need to have the ball in hand come the 65th minute onwards, right? And he needed that game time. He needed to show what he could do, and thank goodness he's like knocking over kicks, and as did Money, right? Like the stadium, or at least the Bok contingent, were lapping it up. It was just it was like everything, as I'm sure it was for the New Zealand game, right? Because there were the worries, and then he goes 100%, and then there's 50 and then 100%.
Yeah, I don't want to be too harsh on Pollard. I want him to do it. It's only going to be good for us if he's, if he's doing his thing, and he did. And I watched him. He looked good. He looked fluid. He looked fresh. He looked right. He looks ready to go. Good. Like for me, as long as both of them are in the 23, I feel comfortable. Yeah. I mean, Pollard has to. If it's going to be one or the other, if Pollard's, you just feel that Nineveh's going to go with Pollard for World Cup knockout rugby, right? I don't know. Even though I still feel, you think he's going to? Yeah. Well, we're gonna. I want to go into who we think is going to play in the quarterfinal. Or we assuming we are going to be in the quarterfinal, right? But just to finish off the Tongas, anyone else in the Tonga? Any comments on the Tonga guys, the players? Anyone that stuck out for you? I think Moody had a much better game than his previous outing against Romania. Yeah. Esther, for me, Esther it's such a pity that he's got Didier in front of him because he's super awesome. Yeah, we got any other comments on the guys?
Yeah, I think Ken had a really good game. Again, I think he, as a wing, he didn't even have to pass, so I think still learning how to offload a little bit more. But I mean, he's such a good finisher that he kind of gets away with it. I really enjoyed watching Reinach. He's been electric. He's had a really great World Cup. He actually has moved what everyone assumed was our fourth choice to seems like our second now, which has been actually something that I don't think many would have predicted. Mr. Chris.
I'm going to say this again. He's been our best scrum of the last 5 years. But Faf's just the way Faf plays. I'm not saying, I love Reinach. I love Faf as well, but I think Reinach adds just a little bit more value.
Yeah, I think it's especially if we're going 6-2 with Pollard as the extra. Everyone says that Reinach Pollard connection works, right? They've played club rugby together overseas, so it'll be interesting with the 6-2, or assuming Pollard makes our bench, or unless Pollard starts. Let's just assume that, because there's so many possibilities. I imagine he's still going to be our second choice, unless they're bringing in Grant Williams for extra cover on the wing. Yes, they're there. But otherwise, Tongan captain, their bigger prop. Oh, he was phenomenal. And they showed real fight, and I mean, you could feel the physicality from the stands, and I wasn't on the touchline, let me tell you. It was a tough encounter.
Yeah, no, it was a good, yeah, it was a great
And
game there.
really sad for Makazole, by the way.
Yeah, that is crap. That's not a nice one for him.
It
Yeah.
feels a bit like Spoon Corsi at the last World Cup, where it's like you're not getting dropped because you're a bad player. It's just unfortunate that there's so much depth that you aren't making the team.
Well, yeah, and it's not. And I love my pimps, and I want him to be there, and I hope he could have been there, right? But it's unfortunate. Just like we said, Mark's going down felt like a big gut punch, right? Like a big Unfortunately, my pimps, we have so much great cover in that position, so it's so sad for him, but not the biggest issue for the Springboks, right?
For the player than
what
outcome might be for the Boks,
because he's stuck around. I mean, he hasn't been, the starting choice for a while, but he's still been around. He's still fighting. And that's why we all love and respect what that guy does. I think that's a good segue. Obviously the Boks aren't playing this weekend, but we have the return of Lucky Lakoya is back in the fold, and there's some rumors that he might even be featuring on the match day. Yeah, there's been talk of that. He might go in. I don't know what to make of that, because I'm going to be honest. I don't think he was playing great rugby before that injury. I know he's a great player and he's done amazing. I just don't even think he was our first choice 13 even before he got injured. So for me, my picking order is still Moody at 13 and Creel next up. But if he comes in, what do you think is going to happen?
I don't think now it's happened. I think too late. Whereas Pollard happened, they could give him the game versus Tonga, right? There are no games we are now given. It's quarterfinal versus the host nation, a semi-final, and in a final. These are not.
Oh, I think we've lost Scottsy.
Sorry.
Oh no, it could be me. I think we're back. Are you back?
I've got you loud and clear. Just
I think I lost you. It's good. It's good. Carry on.
Cool.
Carry on, man.
I was just saying, we're in the knockout stage now. This is no testing ground.
I agree.
For what might or may not work. Creel, although hasn't necessarily shown the form that he had in the build-up to the World Cup, has still been good enough, I think, to hold his place. And again, I don't think they're going to be changing much. And if not, Moody's good enough to be there, and he's more versatile. He can play better at that and wing. Lucanio's there. I think if there's something that goes wrong, he can slip in, and rather that than a promising 13 but doesn't know the structure of the box. He knows everything, like the back of his hand, and he can put in, let's say, a 75% performance. And that's fine if we really require it later on in the tournament. Maybe he plays the semi-final or final, but it's more based on his knowledge of the Springboks than I think the assumption he's going to be.
I agree. I think it will be a massive risk to play him straight away in a World Cup quarterfinal. I think it'll be a stupid decision. Okay, if you're going to bring him in, you're not going to play him. Well, you haven't. Then what you brought him? It seems like they maybe brought him in just because it is arm and he's experienced and he's been there, and that's a great person to have in the squad. It looks like the guys like him and love him. I agree. I would be. I'm don't shoot the messenger. It's just what I was reading while I was preparing for the show. But I don't see him being a part of that match day squad. I think quarterfinal when he hasn't played. How can you take that risk? I don't think it's feasible at all.
Yeah. There are just certain decisions that you feel are more likely to rock the boat than they are to bring a bigger influence to it. And it's not like everyone is speaking about this real gap that we have at 13, like people might be more speaking about at our reserve hooker position, right? No one's speaking of it in that way. It's not a problem that he's solving, much like we don't have at wing. When Makazole went missing, it's not like an alarming issue. So advisory role, but he's there if need be, and he can slot in, and people will have full belief in what he can do, and maybe just a slight worry on what he can produce on just from a point of view, I guess.
Yeah, well, this topic has brought up some comments, fired up some comments. Arm class is permanent from Albert. He could go to wing. Creel, not a natural wing, so he needs to be 13. Didn't say we won't tamper with the first team, and no way he makes the squad. Echo in that one. Rusty did say he might go in the semi. Okay, so let's not take the risk in the quarter. Let's take the risk at the semi. Sounds good. Because for me, if you're going to bring him, you got to play him at some point, right? And Carter Arm is one of the smartest. Yeah, we know he's smart, but if he's got no knee and no form, like that 13 position, he's going to get eaten alive. France are going to eat him alive if he's not on his front, on his best game.
He definitely can't play. He definitely. I'll be shocked if he plays in the quarterfinal versus France.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that we get through that. Like on paper, the opposition will be worse than France. And that's maybe where we'll see him. But again, and also because he would have had more time to recover, obviously a whole extra week. But it would still be surprising if he makes a matchday squad to me. Unless something happens, another injury, like we only have 2 reserves on the bench, at most. We haven't seen a 5-3 split in the box for a very long time. And unless we are willing to ditch the bomb squad now because of Malcolm Marx, maybe that's a part of the discussion.
Well, Marx has disrupted. I've been saying that we can also say he's so crucial to just the team and dynamic in general, from 1 to bomb squad, and I think it's a big factor. Do you see any other surprises? I really don't like counting our chickens before they hatched. Yeah, but talking about a quarterfinal. But do you sense any other surprises? Any else that might come in? Maybe Dwayne Vermeulen, Visa. I think the starting. I think that the first team in inverted commas, if you want to call it, is pretty set. I think we pretty much know who that starts in 15. Except you call in LeBook. If we get to quarterfinal, LeBook starting at 10, not the other way around. Start Handre, hopefully build up some lead, and LeBook.
I still think LeBook starts at 10. That's what I think they'll pick, and what I hope they'll pick. And I think probably the one that's most not confusing, but up in the air would be, I think, Vermeulen Visa, because I really think that Dwayne brings a lot of experience in the latter half of the game, and I think is now was a player that used to play the full 80 and now doesn't have the legs, but his presence on the field, particularly, as I said, in the latter half of the game, I think he's a better captain than an influence on the players, and has a bit calmer than maybe Bongi. Not that Bongi isn't good. I just think that he's a bit more of a been there, done it. And so I don't know who he necessarily replaces on the bench. But I think I can't imagine Dwayne. It's going back to those people who have performed on the bigger stages over and over again. You're talking about the guy who got the man of the match at the World Cup final. He's a big time player. He knows how to get it done. I think he's going to be on the bench. But yeah, I'm not exactly sure who exactly he is that he'll be replacing.
All right, I think let's wait for the weekend, and that will this also segues quite nicely into what the hell's going on here, Scotty.
Listen,
is this real? Is this happening?
Sharing a croissant.
Are they sharing? They look like they're having a nice friendly chat, about life and their partners and where they're going to go on holiday after the World Cup. No, that's the only stuff they're talking about here, right?
How to make sure that they are both have a bonus point and they win, and that Scotland wins by 8, something that's never been done before. That Scotland have never won, by more than I think 7 since 2001. But this weekend.
But I think we can, guys. I think we know that this pitch is old, Scotty. I think this is not latest. It's good fun.
Unless Farrell can grow a beard, faster than any known human being before. I think it's been told that it is. So nobody worry in the conversation.
well, let's lead in. Let's lead into the big game, barring the Japan Odge game. This is the bit, obviously, this is the marquee game, isn't it? This is the big game of the weekend. So here's the Irish team. Said I don't think pretty much that's full strength, right? That's the team that ran out against us, I believe.
Yeah, I think it
pretty
is.
much. You have to go full strength. So any comments there on the team? Obviously, I think we expected this, right? It's a must-win game.
I don't think Dan Sheenan started against us.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. No, they were calling for him. Yeah, that's right.
So it's full strength, and Ireland have gone full strength pretty much every single game. And they've been one of the only teams not to be rocked by injuries or major concerns. So again, firing, they're gonna want to take some confidence. I think that they get the job done. But who knows? So it should be a cracking game.
Yeah, so exactly. I mean, what's your prediction? Yeah, I just don't see anything less than an Ireland between 10 and 20 point win. Probably, I think classes that Irish team has got two. They're just too good. Scotland are good as well, but I mean, as we talked, they've got I love their back line. Everyone who knows me knows I love you, Jones, too much. But we just spoke about Hamish Watson not even making the side. They're going for a bit more. They're going for a 6-2 split, and it looks like they're going to go for one last hurrah in the last 20 with a power game there. With the reserves they've called there. But I love Scotland. I just think where Ireland are, what they've got to lose if they lose this game, they're going to be switched on. I mean, Scotland might run them close for a while, like they did at Murrayfield. I think it was this season at Murrayfield where they were running them pretty close for a while. But Ireland went to the next gear and still have Scotland, and that was it. I think the same thing will happen.
For sure. I think at the end of the day, a lot more things have to go right for Scotland for them to get a result out of this. And Ireland need to go through the paces and play well. Of course, they need to play well. This is no walk in the park versus a tier 2 nation. This is a Scotland team, which is going into the World Cup, we're saying 5th in the world, right? So by that logic, they were at least making the quarterfinals and probably the semis if the draw was done maybe a little more equitably. But a strong team on both sides. I really, it's that Irish front pack is it's incredibly strong. We saw what they uphold a 7-1 South African split, and they managed to do that and hold us out there. So 6-2, I think maybe they're trying to bolster that, maybe try to win a couple more penalties. Finn Russell's going to have to kick everything over, and they're going to have that back line, which is it's such an exciting back line. I really love watching them. They're amazing. I'd love to see them in this. I mean, it is a knockout game, right? At the end of the day, but it doesn't have that same, feeling in the air. You say group stage compared to quarterfinal, but at the end of the day, let's call it a round of 16 because it is that, I don't think Ireland by that many though, to be honest. I think less than 10.
Oh yeah, okay. But
Ireland by 8.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, and comments also on Jamie Ritchie as captain. There's some talk that he could be even the Lions captain come Australia time. He's been quite inspirational captain for them. I really also enjoyed his attitude. It doesn't look like a big physical, exteriorly, but obviously he's got the heart of a lion like all these guys do. But I really enjoyed him. He's captain in this side.
For sure, he gets behind. I think people gravitate towards him. It seems like a very close knit team. They clearly respect him. I guess the Lions pick was whether he will be the Lions starting 6 come the next tour, or if he's that big enough of a figure that it warrants his pick over any other 6 that would challenge him. But no, he's quality, and I think kudos to this Scotland team where previously maybe it felt like a handful of players, maybe 3-4 really star players were pulling them through. This it feels like a really strong team, which you couldn't always say about.
Yeah, there's obviously a lot of talk that this is actually quite hard for Scotland, isn't it? Because there's a lot of talk about the group that's coming through. Their age group teams are not strong at all, and this is probably probably one of the strongest Scottish sides. You could probably say the side was stronger than their last Grand Slam winning one back in I think it was 1990. And this team would be finishing top of those other pools with no doubt. They'll be top of the pool
for sure.
And going, it's just so it's gut wrenching. It's gut wrenching for them that this has happened to them. But this team deserved better. Hey, they beat Scotland. They beat Ireland.
Yeah, 100%.
Imagine, eh? Yeah.
World Cups are not places for what teams should deserve or should get. It's about what you earn on the pitch. So that would make me happier than Scotland getting through the quarter.
Yeah, but I'm 98. Yeah, but sure. I'm 99. Yeah, I'm 98.999% sure that Ireland are not going to lose this game. I just can't. I think it's just too much. Anyway, we can move on to before we go there, I want to go into the betting. Betting said with Boyles and myself, we've been running this betting segment for the last 6 months, and we've been cruising on pretty all right, actually. We're on to about 12 winning selections out of 13, if you include the leans, which don't get added to this record, but quite nice to mention that we're on quite a run there. And last week we had Fiji, Georgia second half with Argentina, Chile second half, highest scoring double at a nice price. And that was pretty comfortable in there. I was calling it Fiji, tight game. Second half's Fiji are quite solid. And I thought Argentina, Chile Argentina started hot, and then we had a nice quiet 20 minutes, which was what the bet needed, because cooled down the first half scoring, and then obviously Argentina got too strong in the second half, and Chile got some points. So hey, we over the line again there, and we up to a cool 26.26 units profit at 64% return on investment. So yeah, pretty chuffed with that record. If you guys are following, to say we're using BOYLESPORTS as our odds quota, bookmaker of choice, obviously sponsoring us in this campaign, and we're very grateful. So please, if you want to join Boyles, click on the link in the comments, and you'll get a sign up bonus, nice R1,000 welcome sign up bonus. And I'll be honest, as known in South African bookies, some of the best odds are on Boyles for rugby at the moment. They're giving some good value there. So take a look if you are into it. And this week, it just we're going from I've called Ireland win here. I really don't see Ireland not winning this game. An Ireland win with France and Italy as the highest scoring, the second half being the highest scoring half there, because I anticipate a hot Italian start, and I think France are pretty solid anyway at home on defense. I think Italy keep this tight. Italy are quite a notorious good first half team actually for punting. So I think Italy have got a lot to prove. This is their last chance saloon to prove that they're any good for any reason. So let them have a good first half, and then I think the second half we'll see some more points come in there. So the doubles at about just over even 3 units. We're getting a little bit more juicy on the units because we've got some profit to play with there. So that's the double for the week. But Scotty, let's go on to the final week for the World Cup this year. Starting on Pool A and the scenarios. Obviously, New Zealand play Uruguay this evening in 20 minutes time. So I'm sure some people got one eye on the build up there. France play Italy tomorrow. It is. New Zealand win, obviously they're through. Probably expect them to be through, and then almost basically a winner takes all between France and Italy. So if Italy win, they do go through because France didn't get that bonus point they needed. So yeah, what's your predictions? I think we know New Zealand are going to be pretty all right tonight. What's your prediction with France and Italy?
I think France, very simple winners. They've put out a very strong team for it. I don't see Italy causing them troubles. And unfortunately, they just haven't shown enough to excite me against the big teams. But I'd love to be proven wrong. There's nothing more than I love being proven wrong when hitting my bet on a big team.
Do you have a score prediction?
Let's say France by 30 at a canter.
Oh wow! See, this is the type of game I see Italy up for it and actually getting some of their basics right here. And I think they're giving France a little bit of a rough ride. I think France will be comfortable in the end, but bookies I think got over 20 or just under 20 points. I would say that's about right. But I think it could be like 15 points. I think it could be like a France 15 points win, yeah.
Listen, the French will be nervous, hey? They'll be nervous because there's talent in that Italian team. There's real talent, and there's promise in some of their players. It's just
but it's going to be France. What France arrives at the end of the day. Like if France are coming in and a little bit green, or a little bit cold, and Italy up for it, France can make this a long day for themselves. But if they come in focused, they should win comfortably, right?
If Italy managed to almost get a try and then almost pull like an England versus Argentina, just almost starts just dropping 3 points, and then cynical mistake after cynical mistakes, that they like, if they can put on some scoreboard pressure, maybe we'll see it interesting. But I just think even if that happens, they should get it comfortable into the game and put them away. There's just too much talent there for me in the French team.
Yeah. We'll move on to Pool B. We've discussed this already. I've just put the pools in the orders of pools. But we discussed Scotland and Ireland, basically. Yeah, Scotland need to win by 8, right? 8 or more to go through. Some other scenarios, but I think let's focus on Scotland actually managing to win by more than 8. Not going to happen, but yeah, let's see.
Yeah, I just think even if they're winning by 8 with then both teams having to get a bonus point, we're talking some radical numbers. And to be fair, if that's how the Basques get knocked out of the World Cup, would be the best way to see it happen.
Yeah. All right, Pool C. This is juicy. I say, I've enjoyed this pool actually. This will be one of the better pools to follow.
So good.
Yeah. So Fiji, basically, Fiji win go through. Obviously, we know that. I think it's going to be a fun game though. So, like we said, I think it's going to be a good fun game to watch. But maybe I wouldn't be surprised if Fiji drop it now. That would probably be very typical Fiji. But I think they're too good at this stage. They just got to focus. I think they kind of got a lot to say about their coach and their captain at that moment. I was at the Twickenham game and I was so impressed with the attitude and with the guys at the press conference and the players. They just again, culture. Like England looked like they were in hell, and then Fiji looked like they were having the best time of their life. And you could just see that filter through, even like when you got close to them. So don't see any issues there. What could be interesting is Wales-Georgia, because this is a game Wales love to, I'm going to use the F around in. They're going to probably win, but I have a feeling that all Georgia are going to make this Wales team sweat a little bit. Wales will go through. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I don't... Wales have...
Wales are through though anyway, right?
Wales are through. They're fine. They don't need
but the thing is, I'm just thinking, I'm also putting my punter's hat here. I don't think this, what I'm saying is, I don't think this is a foregone conclusion. Wales, nice, big win. That's my point.
And to be fair, I don't think either of the games are. I don't want to put my, what's going to be great at Fiji, Portugal. You're looking at two teams that Portugal at least have shown this World Cup, and Fiji just reputationally play like they have nothing to lose, and they just go hammer and tong, and throw themselves at everything, and they're not afraid to do that, which is just going to set itself in an amazing game. I think Fiji will put it off, and I'd love them to, but Portugal are not. They never have been backing down. They try to run it from their own 22 versus Wales versus Australia. It doesn't matter. But yeah, I think Wales, Georgia. Thank goodness Georgia showed the fight that they did against Fiji, and at least that Wales know now that they're still not going to have to bring an A game to beat them. It's not just a fact of maybe Georgia being that horrible, although I don't think they've been good. It's also just Portugal have been decent, as Wales also found out. Remember, Wales also had a bit of a testing game versus Portugal. Portugal have actually been one of the stand-up teams of this entire tournament.
Yeah, I agree. Let's actually go to the final pool because this what happens here will obviously ultimately predict will make what the quarterfinals are going to be. England, Samoa, as we know, England are. I think they're as good as top. I believe Samoa.
Yeah.
Samoa. As I said, Samoa. I think it's the type of game that kind of, if they go down by 2 scores, they're going to check out. In my opinion, I don't think they're going to. I think England are one team that also on a nice little upward. I don't really know where England are because the games have been so weird.
Yeah.
So it feels like they're doing so well, but it feels like it could be a false positive. But we'll have to see.
It was almost like after the Argentina game, it was like amazing, but no one really knows what to compare them to otherwise.
No, there's not compared to the last year. Like I don't know where to place that game and them because what happened with Chile was expected, and Japan as well was probably a right form result there.
Yeah, exactly. So, they didn't go them away, but you think of. I just look back to that South Africa Ireland game. You just can't see. I can't see England competing on that level. I think it's just too soon. Weird mix where they can cause weird upsets and get people to play in the wrong type of way, maybe like the Argentina game, and a couple people flashing in the pan here and there. But whether that can carry them, past the semi-final, I'll be surprised.
Yeah, but in saying that, we got Japan, Argentina. Some people are calling Japan might win this game. Where are you? Yeah.
I think I think Argentina.
You hesitated. You hesitated because it would have been Argentina with no blink of an eye 4 weeks ago. But now we hesitated.
100%. I think this Japan team was very unconvincing coming into the World Cup, right? And then all of a sudden, Michael Leach has been immaculate at his age. He's played incredible rugby, and I mean the kicker who knocks it with a knuckleball every single time looks like she should never go over. I don't think he's missed maybe one kick the entire World Cup. They're gelling and they've always got the fight in them. I think Argentina just luckily recovered from that stumble against England. I think they have. On paper, they should win. I think they will, but I think it's going to be a really, really close game. I think it could be within. I'm going to say Argentina by 5.
Yeah, I think Argentina just haven't showed. It just feels like a game that they can rope Japan in. Well, Japan can rope them into a little bit of a dogfight, and then it could get squeaky bum and sweaty for the Argies there. I also do think. They just got enough class and ability. They are the better side, and they just need to apply themselves and get the damn job done. But then that takes us to our quarterfinal lineup because we could pretty much we know that's going to be England, Fiji, probably, and Argentina, Wales. Interesting quarterfinals. Rematch England, Fiji. Surely England. I know we all want Fiji to win, and I'd love Fiji to win, but I don't. I'm a believer of grudge games in rugby, just like that New Zealand quarterfinal with Ireland will be. I think England will probably take Fiji in the quarter. What do you think? England will take Fiji in the quarter,
yeah. And this is, I'm a big heart over head at certain times. So I'm gonna just, play the devil's advocate. I'm gonna go Fiji.
Oh, good man.
I think there's a little bit more they have head in the game, and they slipped up for 20 minutes versus Wales, and Wales punished them even maybe more like half an hour to a half of rugby, and Wales punished them. But even then they almost got the job done in quite a tough game. I don't think England are that much better than Wales and Australia, if we're being honest. Like they're coming right, but not that right that I don't think Wales are capable of beating them. And I really bloody want Fiji to win, so I'm going to speak it into existence.
And Wales, Argentina, I'm going to back this. I like what I've seen from Wales when they've put what they've done even what they did against Fiji was pretty good at times there. I think they got probably some lack of the green as well, but they put that game was pretty much put to bed with 10 minutes to go. Okay, they could have lost it if the guy caught the ball at the end there. But I think And then obviously, well, I mean, okay, then we sit there, how do we compare that to Australia? But
Yeah, it's like,
with
oh,
Wales,
Australia is
this
that
look,
bad.
but that just looks more back to Gatland Wales. That was one of my comments. Remember, they were Wales and the Gatland were really good, really solid. Could have won last World Cup. Let's be fair. If Pollard misses that penalty, they've won couple Grand Slams under him. Then Pivac got loose. Wales territory's under a whole lot of issues, but the Gatland footprint is coming back there. I just don't know if they have. It's not a vintage Wales side, and is it too late? But I still think they're past Argentina. At the quarterfinal.
I think Wales is peaked to the semi-final. Like, this is still the team that the Box gave, I think, like 67-2. I was at that game in Cardiff, and that's the Box that ran rampant against pretty much a full-strength team of theirs. But since then, it seemed like they've managed to really give in some fight and dig, and that showed in that first Fiji game. But not only just getting away with maybe, digging wins, but they put to bed Australia. They really said, we don't care if this is going to be your biggest shock defeat in a World Cup ever. We are going to put you to the sword. We're going to give you 40. And there was a little worry, I'm sure, amongst many, including me, when Bigger went off. But Gareth Anscombe had a hell of a game. He's great with the kicker of the ball. He's solid, and I think there's unison there, which doesn't matter at the end of the day. So I also think they'll beat Argentina, but again, I think it's within 5. It's close.
I do enjoy this coming from Albert. England might beat Wales for boring. Yeah, you're right. I mean, those 2 warm-up matches were something else to behold. Jeepers crew.
Yeah.
Jeepers. That leads us to the World Cup. I don't think you have anything, if you want to add anything for this weekend, but I'm looking forward to the final round. But we have 2 hot topics that we mentioned. Let's save the doping for last. Let's save the best for last, should we? Or should we start with doping and go on to how we see, because we talked about Fiji now and the justification of them for a Rugby Championship, or what a Rugby Championship could look going forward. Box into 6 Nations, which that is coming. That's going to come. Even though no one's going to like it.
6 Nations?
Eventually they will, yeah. It's just too commercially not. It has to happen money-wise.
Well, Albert has said let's speak about the doping. So let's touch on that.
Let's do doping.
Jesse Creel has no.
So the Yankees failed again. Marks didn't break his knee. Didn't hurt his knee. That's a fake. So what do we think? So, okay, we need to lay the groundwork, all right? No one's been caught doping in the Springbok side, so that's one. This is an overarching sports committee, South African sports committee, or government agent, the guys here, but whatever they're called, haven't complied with the doping agencies, which everyone should be complying. Obviously, naturally, you are compliant, and you march on. But of course, we have not gone through the rights. We haven't been validated. What's the right word? We haven't done the right protocols. We have a breach of all of that. We have not done it. We are way late. But this affects all sports, not just rugby. But 2 things here. How the hell have we got here? 2, how does this affect us? Obviously, it's come out now, which is quite interesting. I'm not going to say the word conspiracy, that it's a legitimate unsettler for the books, but it's obviously not, because it's been going for a long time, and the time seems to be up. That's coincide with the World Cup.
Yeah.
What do you feel about? What's your thoughts here? Because there's gonna be people that are gonna judge the books purely. They're not gonna read the whole context and know what's going on. People have put us in a bad light for possibly doping and cheating before, and they're just gonna go, there we go, cheaters. Not ideal for anyone that this has come out now, right?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, the release has got nothing to do with the practices of how South African sports associations test our players, right? So we aren't doing anything from a practical point of view differently to the way we should be doing it. The fact of the matter is that on paper, we have to have a policy in line that matches what the world expects from us from a nation competing in these big events. And this was updated, I think, in early 2022 or 2021, and the policy that is within the South African sporting system, it does not match the correct criteria for that, and it's much more paperwork than it is physical. Obviously, you have to meet this criteria, but it's not a case of, oh, the Boks actually haven't got tested for steroids in 2 years. It's not that. They obviously have to. There are also these bodies that exist in world rugby and just internally within South African rugby at club level. This is a piece of paper that unfortunately, from a government and body of sport point of view, hasn't been ticked off. And there was a warning sign that of this coming. It was released on April the 16th this year by the Daily Maverick, and they said South African athletics teams, cricketing teams, rugby teams, all might have to perform outside of underneath the South African banner as a result of this. This was in April. This isn't, and again, like, we have been up until now. If we didn't, we wouldn't be allowed into these events. But it's merely something that getting over the line. Apparently, it's being processed. I think they can get it done. But yeah, it's just a classic headache. That's for no reason.
Yeah, and this is what I was trying to allude to, probably not as eloquently as Albert has said, and this is what I worry about because of hearing. I've been on, as you might have been. There are rugby fans that are undercover their breath will say, "Oh, the Boks are big because they're dope. They're dope at school and they cheat and blah blah blah." They say that. They want to say that. They don't say it out loud, but it's been something that's been simmering. It's been around. And this is going to, like, world media and probably fans start calling Boks cheats and dopers, or can the Boks management prove? It's not about the Boks doping. You would hope, I assume, the Boks get randomly tested. I'm sure they do, like every team. I'm sure the guys get put forward to be tested. So I don't think it's, I wouldn't believe anyone's deliberately doping and cheating the system. But this is going to, if we do progress, and I put my hands up, I don't think we've been in France, but if we do progress and we start winning, is this going to rear its ugly head? And I think there's certainly going to be factions of the media that are going to go hard at the Boks.
Yeah, they're going to, and in a way, thank goodness we aren't playing a quarterfinal this weekend, because it would have just gone berserk if we were, and people would be running with it. But I think, as Albert said, this is a government body that's dropped the ball. This is not the players. This is not the staff. Perhaps Saru could have been pushing harder, but it's not a Saru issue.
But there's only two people in the world, two countries, I think it was Bermuda and us. Like, how can you not, unless you're really that incompetent, like really dumbass, how can you not, unless someone's going to say, well, what you hiding, potentially,
Yeah.
So it's gonna open up all of this Pandora's box, and it's just, it's just such terrible time. It just mind actually boggles. Like Stevie says, it's such a South African story. It's so South African. Like, I mean, we can't. It's actual piss up. You can't organize a piss up in a brewery. Those guys at the moment,
Yeah, and I don't see it. If they don't get it sorted, and we can't play under the banner, and we can't have our flag on our chest, and we can't sing the national anthem, that's actually the only way I see it really getting to us. I don't think the media outcry will. I don't think this Bok team, they know their stuff. They know they aren't the ones in the wrong. They haven't been cheating the rules. So if it gets to that point, I think they can. That's when they might internalize it. But until then, hopefully we can just get bloody paperwork done. As you said, these Oaks, we've kind of, at least we can fall back on the chance that there are other parts of our government that are also less than competent. It's not like we are a perfectly put together nation without an existing problem ever, except this one, because then that would raise eyebrows. But it's like, I see campers. We haven't done this, that's the thing that we haven't done. It's not our preparation. It's like, something completely out of the Springbok camp's control.
Correct, and the campus comment here, and this is also typically South African, the government, as we know, it's about the word, and the government said it doesn't align with our constitution. That's their typical attitude. That is their attitude. That's the problem. They have this attitude that they know better, they're better than everyone. It's all power struggle. That's what it is, and they want to change. But the thing is, why? Like for me, why? Surely the first thing you do is do this right to protect. That's your job. This is literally, you had one job, bro. Get this right. Protect our South African sports, and this is just not what the books will need. But maybe it also galvanize them. But I mean, I don't believe it's going to get to that we're going to be not playing under our flag and all that. But it's going to cause a palaver. Hopefully it galvanizes us in a way as well. The books as well. Hopefully, I don't see it affecting the books. I think we also affected. I don't see this book team being affected by stuff like this.
No. There's so much nonsense chat as including us. We speak a lot and we chat a lot there. They know how to ward off a duck's back, and maybe that's less internal, but at least outwardly facing, which means we believe that they're not doing that's not affecting them, and until it shows in their performance and really emotionally, which none of them have, it's I expect it to be the exact same. And they built a reputation of that, not acting out, and just jumping against the one oak on Twitter, essentially bar Russie. But everyone knows that that's kind of his role. You compensate for the rest of us. You can be our voice. Let them attack you because you're not on the field trying to kick a goal in the 97th minute. Let the attention go on him. So he'll probably have something to say, and if anything, like in some reasons I'm like bummed, but otherwise, thank goodness there isn't a press conference this week, because there would have been words and kind of clickbait with things going on there.
See, we for the fans, bro. Let me do something. Yeah, can we look? Yeah, you see. We're here for the fans. Here's a score update, guys. There we go. It's 0-0 after 4 minutes. We'll keep it live. I'm here for I'm here for the people. I'm here to give out winning bets and good love, good vibes, and content here, right? So there we go. There's a live score for you guys if you are worried. I'm sure everyone's got half. They probably got half. The TV's on already anyway. So, but anyway, Scotty, I know. Yeah, I love this topic about championships, and like I said, that's South Africa to be possibly. Okay, I'll say possibly, but I still think it's down the line. But that's because, let me just put me out. I'm a believer in a universal World Rugby calendar, universal calendar. I think we got to get to that point. And I've got with international, for me, I feel there's got to be 2 tiers going on all the time. And I love the relegation promotion vibe. Like, have a tier 1 Six Nations, tier 2 Six Nations, play it at the same time. Promotion relegation all the time, including South Africa. So if South Africa make it, they're there. But there's a promotion relegation fight always going on. But I would love to see, like, that, let's say when Georgia's versus Portugal's in a tier 2 Six Nations type of environment. I love that. Rugby Championship, I would love to see at least Fiji and even Japan bring it up to like a 5. If South Africa aren't there, obviously if South Africa are there, but bring it up to like a Six Nations, but Rugby Championship, but a Six Nations Southern Hemisphere. Mm-hmm. I think we should bring in more than just Fiji. I think it should go up to 5 or 6. So what's your?
Yeah, I think the only difficulty is in increasing the amount of games played. The Six Nations aren't playing home and away every single time, right? So that's what the Rugby Championship has. So I think I like the idea of a relegation at least earning a spot to play in it. I think I'd love to see at least one more nation in Fiji, be rewarded with something like that. But there just has to be some sort of a way that these smaller nations can, get boosted out of these existing incredibly well watched, and even the Rugby World Cup, because Portugal is playing under the banner of the Rugby World Cup. I'm watching. I'm much less likely to watch a friendly of Georgia versus Portugal.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
If I'm seeing Six Nations associated to Portugal, Georgia, I'm then again much more likely to watch. So I think they can hopefully just piggyback off of at least the marketing and the brand associated to it, even if it's not necessarily competing on the biggest stage. Yes, I like the idea of a promotion and relegation and earning that spot, and he would have lost theirs a long time ago. I think everyone can agree, but it's needs to be a way at least of getting money into the nations and get them playing.
Yeah, and maybe it's not even a yearly promotion relegation. Maybe it's a bi-year, maybe 2 years that happens. So it still gives them times to develop players, have the level, play that level. Because I suppose there's no point going playing 3 big games. Yeah, and then have 3 big games and you're back into a lower. So it's like, so maybe. Come on, but I do think that I know it's not everyone's up for that. They're trying to spread the love but the lower teams need to play, and they are playing their lower levels, but there's still going to be a carrot. They're still going to have an opportunity, some motivation to get somewhere, because they feel they're just going to be forgotten down there at 15th, ranked 15th in the world, and make the odd World Cup appearance and get smashed. I don't think that's good for anyone. I want people to know who Portugal is. Portugal players are when they come in, into the World Cup. So we only hear and talk about them now. And I would love a platform and a competition where they can show that. And going to your Fiji point, you're right. Obviously Fiji and Jurors, we've spoken about this, and we said that with the Jaguars with Argentina. When Jaguars went all the way to the final against Crusaders, RGs were arguably the best they've ever been. Dropped off the level a little bit because those players are not playing that level as often as now the Drua. So I agree. Fiji are proving themselves, and I think a natural progression for Fiji rugby, Drua, pop them into the championship. It would only keep that level, keep that motivation, keep that level going. I would have no qualms with the Fiji being added into the rugby championship at all.
Especially like given the decline, like you hate to say it, but of Australian rugby, like apparently they've got I think it's a 40% win rate since 2015. I mean, that is shocking. That's really bad. They've given probably South Africa and New Zealand a run for their money a couple times since then, maybe once or twice. And those have been obviously big teams since 2015. South Africa really actually only at the latter half since 2018. But like this, it's not actually, if you're looking at that stat, it's not completely based on merit. I'm sure Fiji has a very similar stat. So if you're saying you're just giving out freebies, you're actually not. I'm sure Argentina is much better than Australia. It's just because Australia have the reputational aspect of it, and they have the structure in place to be great. But the only way you give other people that opportunity is to give them like a structure of a tournament to act in. And then all of a sudden, these boards within Fijian rugby have incentives to work towards, not just once every 4 years, have something meaningful.
Yeah, I agree. Championship becomes a Southern Hemisphere Six Nations, 2-tiered Six Nations, maybe even a 2-tiered rugby championship. Because we can't forget all the Tongans and Samoa as well. They should also be considered. Anyway, Scotty, we've had a good time, good show. We've rolled on into the second hour. We've got through a lot, so I appreciate it, man. I really enjoyed talking with you as usual. Going through all the weeks. So I think next weekend is what we iron out. I'd love to be in Paris for the 2 quarterfinals. Even I'm trying to get a ticket. If I don't get a ticket, I'd still love to be there just for the vibe, Because you could have said, even you were there with my say, you just being there is amazing, right?
World class.
All right, Scotty.
Thanks for the show, Christy. That was
thanks. Lekker, man. There's New Zealand finally scored their first try. I was getting a bit worried what's going on there. But thank you, everyone on the live chat. It's been great comments. Really, really appreciate your involvement and adding value to the show. And we have a great weekend. Enjoy the last pool rounds, and we'll see you.
Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with Boyle Sports.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, BITDEFENDER, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much.
if you need English, there's English available in there. Thank you, everyone. We'll now start the Samoa Eve of Match briefing with skills coach Tusi Pisi and players Brian Alanuesi and Nigel R. Wong. We'll open the floor straight away for questions. Please raise your hand and a microphone will come your way.
Hi, fellas. Tusi, what's the situation with injuries? Everyone okay?
Yeah, everyone's fine that is available. So that's where it's at the moment.
And what's the state of mind 24 hours before the game?
So what was that?
What's your guys' state of mind 24 hours before the game?
I know we're just ready for, obviously we prepared really well during the week. And we're ready for like a good battle tomorrow. It's an opportunity for us to make history. We understand that. So these men are looking forward to it.
Brian, firstly, Silala said yesterday that he wants you guys to be unapologetically Samoan tomorrow. What do you think he means by that?
It means doing your job as best as you can, being physical in everything you do, with a smile on your face.
And Nigel, what do you reckon it is? That means?
Just adding on what Brian said, there's just expressing ourselves, our strengths, and most importantly, just doing it with enjoyment.
And Tusi, you played a bit in Bristol. What are your memories of English rugby on the whole?
Oh yeah, they're obviously they kick a lot, and you know it's part of their strength. So you know we've trained during the week to nullify it, and hopefully we can execute tomorrow.
Talofa, Manu, how important is it to have Lima back in the squad for the game tomorrow?
Talofa lava. It's just as important as having Christian available too, and having Lima in the game tomorrow. Obviously, he's excited. He's been enthusiastic during the week, and that's what we're looking for.
Morning, everybody. Nick Mullins from ITV Sport. Tusi, how do you nullify the kicking game? How do you best do that? How do you neutralise it?
Oh, first you've got to try and stop it at the source. So if it's from set piece, and try and make it as messy as possible, and then it's up to our back three and our guys in the back to take those high balls. So you know the boys have been working really hard on it, and hopefully we can come to fruition tomorrow.
Maybe a question for all three of you, if any of you fancy answering this. Has there been a sense of frustration amongst the squad that we've perhaps not seen the best of you yet, and that hopefully we'll see that tomorrow?
Yeah, I think in terms of the best, I think it's been in little spurts. But as players and as a coaching staff, we want that throughout the full 80 minutes. So the boys have been working hard, and hopefully their efforts and their preparation will come through tomorrow.
Tusi, did Lima get his kicking tee back? He put out a tweet saying his kicking tee that he had since he was 14 years of age. It went missing.
I haven't asked him actually, so he's got one that looks the same. So I'm not too sure if that's the same one or it's still out there somewhere.
How important is it for a goal kicker to use the tee that they would always kick with and have done for such a long time? If you had to change, can that make a difference?
I guess it's just the mindset. So I'm not too sure. I can't speak for Lima, but I know that I always had always used maybe 2 or 3. So just in case if that happened, then I still had a spare one. But I think it's just an individual mindset.
And just finally, are you as a team going into this contest looking at, obviously there's a mathematical chance for quarterfinals, but there's also the third place consideration for the next Rugby World Cup. What are you thinking in your minds going into this about targets to achieve?
Oh, well, we've never beaten England, so that's if we do what we've trained and prepared what we've prepared, and we win against England, that's probably the first and foremost the main thing.
Come here in the front and then at the back.
Manu Tuilagi will be playing against Samoa for the first time in his career tomorrow. Have you got anything special in store for him?
Oh, like we said, as the boss said, Vavasa, we want to be unapologetically Samoan, and he understands that. The way he plays like that. So we want to do the same. Give him a gift, he'll give us a gift, back and forth.
One for Brian and Nigel, and it's a fairly simpler question, I guess, but I'd be interested to get your thought. What does it mean to run out and play for Samoa tomorrow in a World Cup? What does it mean to each of you?
Me personally, it's always been a dream to put on the Samoan jersey at a World Cup. So it holds, great value or significance for myself. So it's special every time we get the opportunity, especially here in France for the World Cup.
Not just for the World Cup, but just for our country. It's massive for me, my family. There are a lot of us boys, a small country. We punch above our weight, and I'm really honoured and privileged to be in the situation I'm in right now.
To see in the boys, the whole lot of Samoa, not just in Samoa, but New Zealand and worldwide, will be cheering for you guys tomorrow. What do you each have to say to them?
I think just thank you very much. It hasn't been tough, and it's the results. It's been tough on the players also, but we've got an opportunity to make history, and when we win, everyone wins. So let's put all of our. We ask for your prayers and all your support for the boys tomorrow.
Just very grateful for the support back home. I know it's hard, those early morning wake-ups to turn on the TV and watch the games live, but I've been in that position myself. But we've got a great opportunity tomorrow to put a smile on a lot of people's faces. So just stay with us, and we'll do our best.
Yeah, just saying what the boys are saying. Thank you very much to our supporters. I just want to show and how we play that we'll give everything so they can see that we are working hard. And the best thing, we still have one more chance to show the love for our jersey and our country supporting us.
Another question? Yep, in the middle.
Tuzi and the boys, just one question on discipline, and I know it's a subject which you've looked at, and it's hurt the team over the course of the tournament. Has that been an area you've spoken at? Have you focused on it more this week, given the red card to Ben, the yellow to Duncan, and the impact that's had on the squad during the last few weeks?
We haven't focused on it. It's been a focus throughout the campaign, and it's something that individual can control. So it's just painting really good pictures, understanding what that situation is, and just executing what, obviously, majority of it's been in either the breakdown or in defence. So they just need to execute what Tana's been coaching. So yeah, it's been the same focus throughout the campaign.
Another question? No. Thank you very much, everybody, and thank you, everybody, for your participation. Good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you.
I struggle with three now, and I'm done. You are considerably younger. Nobody's older than me, so that's probably You go middle.
Yeah. Yeah, your head. Bonjour. Ça va? Oui, et toi?
Thank you, everyone. We'll now start the England eve of match briefing with scrum coach Tom Harrison and players Joe Marchant and Dan Cole. We'll straight away start with questions from the floor. Please raise your hand if you have a question.
Hi, everyone. Tom, just a quick word on Jack Willis, if that's all right. Obviously, you know, he had to go home. Gutting for him. And I just wonder, just a word on him, and I wonder if there's any update on a potential replacement as yet.
Yeah, so look, I think gutting for him and gutting for all of us. He was great when he was here in the squad, and we'll give him the best support we can with his recovery. In terms of next steps, there's many meetings going on as staff as we make decisions, so there's no update as current.
You've got a bit of time, haven't you? And obviously, what's more pressing is this match.
Yeah, so as always, we're focused on this match and what comes of this weekend.
And what do you expect from Samoa this weekend? I think we touched on before about their sort of the improvements they've made, and clearly it's a really strong lineup they've selected. What are you expecting to see from them?
Look, I'm expecting a team that's going to try and challenge us physically and be very direct, and there should be some big collisions.
And Joe, big congratulations on making the lineup. It's a big opportunity, isn't it? I mean, and obviously coming in on the wing. I know you're comfortable in a number of positions, but how do you see this opportunity and also your specific role in this match?
Yeah, I'm really excited. Obviously, to be on the team sheet is I'm just really happy about. But yeah, the Samoans, they're going to come strong this weekend. They're going to be physical. So we've done a lot of good prep over the last couple of weeks. So yeah, we should be ready.
Johnny was talking yesterday about one of the maybe toughest mental aspects of playing on the wing is, especially in a test match, you might have an extended period of time where you know you might not be directly involved, but then all of a sudden something massive will happen where you have that key involvement, and it's just about kind of being focused all the times, even if there are individual lulls.
Yeah, I think for being on the wing, it's about always staying alive, because you never know when it's going to come. And, you know, your role could be completely different. It could be just holding a bit of width, or it could be following around and just waiting for like an inside ball or an outside shoulder. So for us, yeah, we just got to keep working hard and make sure all the boys are working hard inside us, and hopefully we get a good result.
And Dan, I was looking earlier on, thinking about Manu, and obviously you know the Tuolangi family pretty well from your experiences there. I was kind of looking back at the 2010 Premiership final. Obviously, Alessandro played, and you came off the bench, didn't you? I mean, you've known Manu and his brothers for a long time. How for someone who does know them so well, how best would you sum up their influence in Leicester and Samoa, and now obviously England too?
Oh, it's been massive, I think. The way in which I think six brothers have played for Leicester and performed, and I think culturally they set the tone in the way they play the game. I think you wouldn't find around that period of time Alessandro was the best winger in the world. Manu was coming on the scene, and previously had Henry, Freddie. Who we know their impact. So yeah, they've been massive. I think that played a big part in the success of how Leicester played, and Manu's been a massive part of England since 2010 or 11 when he got capped. The way he plays, on the front foot, the physicality he brings, also the deftness of the touches he has around the field, and in defence he's obviously a big presence as well. So yeah, he's a great player for us. I know he's very excited for this weekend. I think it's the first time he's ever played against Samoa, so I think he'll. I think him and his family are really looking forward to the occasion.
And just beyond this match, I mean, how he must be so pleased to be back fit after, he obviously had the well-documented issues at different points, but just to be sort of back fit, back to his best, and able to deliver what he can.
No, yeah, I think he's as you say, he's overcome a lot injury-wise, and I think credit to him, he's kept going and he's playing now, and he's playing some of his best rugby he's played. And I think it's credit to him and the people around him that have been able to get him back to this World Cup, and I think he's loving every minute. I think it makes him appreciate more probably how when you first come on the scene, you take it for granted, where I think a lot of him and a lot of the older guys appreciate much more this stage of our careers and what we're doing, and just enjoying every, I know Manu enjoys every day and what he brings to the team on and off the field. It's he's a great guy to have in the squad and be around. And he makes great coffee too, which is a bonus.
Dan, another Tuolagi question. Away from Manu, could you maybe sum up Henry, Freddie and Alessandro for maybe a generation of players who hadn't seen, and what their point of difference was, aside from raw power, or was that?
Well, go on YouTube. Just type them in their names and go watch the 5-minute clips of them running over people. You'll find out what they're about. No, but I say they obviously brought that immense physical presence. I remember training with Henry, Alessandro. Freddie was a bit before me, but obviously he had he was head of the sort of family in that regard. Those boys coming over here and making sure everyone fit in and added to the team. And yeah, no, they're. We've seen some highlights this week of Henry and Alessandro, and yeah, I mean, not only physicality, but they say that Alessandro, I remember there was one season he was unstoppable. He would run over people. He'd have the ability to catch, pass, offload, and as a decoy runner. And Manu is a similar vein, but they're fantastic players, and they're a massive part of why Leicester was successful.
Is there one Tuilagi hit that sort of sticks in your mind?
There are plenty I enjoy because none of them have been on me. So, there was. Just go on YouTube and just enjoy 3 hours worth of content of those guys hitting people, and it's your afternoon done.
Can I ask Dan about how Manu's maybe matured over the years? You guys all call him the chief, and he came onto the scene as probably quite a raw player, but now seems to be almost like a father figure to some of the younger guys, and likes his chess, and as you say, makes the coffee. Like you've watched him mature over that period. Can you just sort of explain how that process has gone for him?
Well, yeah, so he when he first played, he was an outstanding talent. You obviously knew that straight away from when he first came into the first team, and he burst onto the scene, and he was, unstoppable. I think, like, as time has gone on, he's got older. I know he's married, children. It matures a man, and I think he's definitely embraced that role, and especially being more senior. And you've gone from someone who, a young guy that's obviously incredibly talented, to say that more senior role in the team, and he's got a wealth of experience from playing all over the shop and in massive games, and he adds to the team, and he brings a lot off the field as well, which is great for not for the young guys but also everyone around, because he's very level-headed, and he enjoys. I think he brings an appreciation of playing in the day-to-day of, because obviously he's had periods of his life where he's not been able to do it day-to-day, so he brings that enjoyment to the environment, which I think we all feed off.
And when he's, to use the phrase, sort of on one in a game, what's that like for the rest of you? Is he laughing as he's going through contact and hitting guys?
Just give him the ball, let him do his thing. Yeah. Easy. Game plan sorted. He like I say, having someone like the physicality of Manu and also what he can do, not just physically wise, but the way he runs, the way he hits, his ability to attract defence and stuff, it creates, I think, Manu's at his best. Everyone can see that, everyone can appreciate that, and as a team it's brilliant because you want to play with that, because as I say, the way it rises, it increases the level of the team and the excitement of what we do. So yes, he's a great player to have.
Joe, Courtney Laws was speaking earlier in the week about how important the kicking game is to England and how good you are at getting the ball back. As I guess you and Johnny will have big roles to play within that. Can you say what the ingredients are of a strong kick chase game?
I think the main thing is just wanting to get the ball back. We've got some great kickers here who can put it on the money. So for us, going after it and getting it back is a huge strength, and you just got to commit to it. And you can see the impact it has on the rest of the boys when you do get the ball back and they're able to play the ball away and make things happen off the back of it. So yeah, for us it's a really big responsibility. So yeah, we look forward to it.
And where does the balance lie between sort of determination to get the ball back and technique?
I think it's a bit of both, really, isn't it? You've got to have technique to be able to do it, and you've got to have the determination to win it back, which is what's going to actually win it at the end of the day. So. Yeah, we never want to do anything reckless, but yeah, we always just want to go get the ball back and do the best for the team.
We're at the back, and then we're here, and then we're here.
Tom, Dan, do you mind if I ask you a naughty question about the scrum? What are the nuts and bolts that you've been thinking of during this tournament that you've seen improvements in, and what are the bits you've absolutely got to get right tomorrow against Samoa?
Tom,
smashing
please. Yeah.
So I think what we've been working on is how we can, I've said about this before, get to the contest. So we'll break the scrum up in different parts, and we want to make sure that the ball comes into the scrum and we can have a fair pushing contest. So we're not over leaning, we're being balanced within our setup. We're being able to engage strongly and then get to the contest. That's what we've been focusing on. We've had some real good success with that in past games. So in terms of feedback from referees is we're painting good pictures and positive pictures. So it's to continue to do that. In terms of tomorrow, look, we've got to make sure we get our stuff right. They've got an experienced front row in Alaalatoa and the two Lay brothers. We've been playing for Samoa since 2007 plus, I think. So they've got an experienced group there. So we're going to have a challenge there. But the huge thing we focus on is how can we make sure that we are in each one of our steps and our processes, we're as consistent as we can be to make sure we can get to the contest and then have a fair pushing contest.
Hi, one for Joe. With Owen coming into the side alongside George Ford, we describe it as you and Manu just moving one place out, as if it's as simple as that. But can you tell us what is added to England's attacking game, how England's attacking game will change by having George Ford and Owen Farrell on the same side?
I think just having two ball players at 10 and 12 always, it just makes it a bit more fluid. So for us, I mean, me and Manu, hopefully, and Johnny get a bit more ball, which would be great. But yeah, it's just they're both amazing 10s in their own right. So to have them together is obviously huge for the team.
How does your role change by moving that one place out? Is it completely different for you? Do you have to have a different mindset?
Yeah, to be honest, it doesn't change too much. When I'm playing at 13 and when I'm playing on the wing, I still end up in pretty similar positions. So for me, it's just about, well, one, about being on the pitch and just doing the best for the team. So yeah, there's not too much difference. Same with Manu. He's got his role. He's obviously a big, physical, strong carrier. So when he gets the ball in his hands and he goes forward, it's good for everyone around him. So yeah, nothing really changed too much.
Joe, it's a similar question, really. Are you asked to do a different role for England on the wing to the one that you were doing for Quins back at the Stoop?
Same again, really. Not too much. Obviously, we're lucky at Quins. We've got Marcus, who's a great 10 in his own right, and he's got an unbelievable kicking game. He can run. He can do it all. So it's the same kind of thing. Wherever I'm playing 13 or on the wing, it's a very similar role. You've seen a few times just end up on the edge quite a bit for Quins, even if I've got 13 on my back. So, yeah, hopefully we'll be doing the same thing.
Okay, we're going there and then we're here.
One for Joe. Joe, how different are you from the player who just missed out in 2019, and what did that do to you in terms of this tournament?
I feel like I've grown as a person, as a player. Obviously, I've played in 3 of the 4 warm-up games, and I was absolutely gutted not to be picked. But yeah, it's a 4-year cycle is a load of time to get on top of the things that you want to progress in. And for me, I feel like I'm physically in a really good place, mentally in a good place, and just really enjoying my rugby, which is a huge thing for me. I play my best with a smile on my face. So yeah, I'm loving it.
Did you have this tournament kind of ring-fenced in your diary?
Yeah, obviously, just a World Cup. Every World Cup is always ring-fenced for anyone who's a keen rugby fan and a player, really. So, yeah, obviously I wanted to play in the World Cup. I've always wanted to play in the World Cup since I was a kid. So I was absolutely buzzing when Steve picked me. So hopefully continue to play.
Thanks.
One for you, Dan, if I can. It's a month since Argentina, the first game. Did you know you'd have such a break between matches? And for you, is that good, or would you thrive on regularity of game? How do you prepare differently when you've got such a break?
I do as I'm told. That's what I do. Yeah, no, like I say, we are prepared. Whether you play or not, you're prepared to step in at any moment, and that's what, credit Steve and Allard and this guy to make sure that we're ready to go. And that's, you find out on the Monday or the Tuesday, whenever it is that you picked or you're not, and then you play your role in the team. For me, I've played consecutive games, I've not played games. We're prepared in such a way, I think, with the pre-season we've had, and the time together we've had in the team and in and out with the warm-up games, that you're just ready to go. So yeah, it doesn't really bother me too much.
So, but you weren't told by Steve at the start, you play this one and then we'll see you in a few weeks' time. No.
It's been, every team's been picked week to week, and as I say, you know your role in the team, whether it's starting bench or to support the team as the third choice. Is you have a role to play during the week, whether it's providing to run as the opposition to the moves they do to try and prep the team best as well, and you just do that role because ultimately you're here to help the team.
Just one quickly for Joe. the team came into the tournament with doubts, I think it's fair to say. Is there a sense between you now that if the other team were looking at you and almost dismissing you as a contender, that's changed? That you've sneaked up maybe under the radar, but people are looking thinking, hang on, England, fewest points conceded, won all 3 matches, improving game to game. Maybe you're starting to sow seeds of doubt in their minds as well?
To be honest, we didn't really think too much about everyone else. The whole focus of this campaign from the start of the warm-up games was about us, like becoming a good team, becoming a great team, and a team that can win the World Cup. So, yeah, there's never been any real thoughts of what other people are thinking about it. It's just what we can do on the pitch, and for us, it's one game at a time. We've started with 3 great games in this warm-up, in this World Cup. And yeah, we're just looking forward to the 4th.
A question for Dan, if that's okay, about Owen Farrell, who it looks tomorrow to be a sort of passing of the baton between Johnny Wilkinson and Owen Farrell as he looks to surpass the points total. I mean, it's not something that Owen's wanted to speak too much on. We know he's very modest, but I just wonder, what do you make of that kind of changing of the guard and what Owen's achieved?
Well, I think, they're both 2 phenomenal players. I'm sure, anyone that's in the same ranking as Johnny Wilkinson, you have to be a great player, and I say for Owen to potentially surpass his point scoring record shows you, Owen's played a lot, so it shows you how good Johnny Wilkinson was, and it shows at the same time how good Owen is and how consistent he is with his goal kicking and his application, and to be as good as he is for as long as he has been, it's it takes some dedication on off the field, and he's a leader. He's captain for a reason. I think he's shown his quality throughout the 100 and however many Test matches he's played, and hopefully tomorrow or some point in this tournament he'll get the chance to break that record. It would help if the wingers didn't score in the corner all the time. I'm just thinking that. So go under the sticks, right?
Got it.
Help him. And just one for Tom. You mentioned the physicality of Samoa. You mentioned big collisions. I just wonder, how do you manage that? We know that the focus is your game tomorrow, but how do you manage that physicality, those collisions, when you know you're looking ahead to a quarter-final in a week's time?
So first, I think we're looking ahead to this weekend. In terms of managing that, I think players have to front up. Physically, you can't step back, you've got to step forward, and you've got to be smart in how you play. So obviously you don't want to be running straight into them. So just how we target different parts of the game and how we potentially move the ball.
Thank you, everybody. That brings to an end the eve of match briefing for England. Thank you, everybody on the top table. Good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Just a reminder for everybody, the venue media centre closes at 3:30 today. Thank you. 3:30.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, BITDEFENDER, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much.
Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with Boyle Sports.
We are here for the preview, or rather the build-up to the watch-along for the England versus Samoa game. And as an England fan, which is slightly painful to say, finally I'm doing an England game. It is a match 36 of Pool D, and one of the last one of the last two games of this pool. Closing out the weekend. Last round of pool stages, a lot of different permutations of how teams can make it into the final or into the quarterfinals. And there are some interesting ones here. There is a mathematical chance that Samoa could make it in. It's, should we say, very unlikely, and just rely on another result as well between the Argentina and Japan game. But as of now, we are focused on England versus Samoa. And just looking at, ahead of the game, this game's been played in Lille at the Stade Pierre-Mauroy. It is being refereed by Andrew Brace, with his assistant referees for the day, Nika Amishkeli and Chris Busby. So quite a bit of an Irish contingent with a bit of Georgian sprinkled in there. And then the TMO is Brian McNeice, also Irish. So just looking into the games, or the permutations of how, essentially, what can happen here. England have already confirmed as Pool D winners, so they're already topping the pool. They're already going to go. They're already through to the quarterfinals. Likely to play Fiji, although obviously you probably all know about the different permutations of that pool. And Wales have now officially topped it and won all their games with a bonus point. Oh no, sorry, they won most of I think 3 of their 4 games with a bonus point. So we'll just wait to see if we're playing Fiji or a very unlikely Australia. But in terms of this one, Samoa's quarterfinal result rests on the result between Japan and Argentina, with the only hope coming if these two teams draw with no bonus points, and Samoa then have to defeat England by 29 points with a try bonus point. So it is even before the mammoth task of beating England by 29 with a try bonus point, it is a huge, out of their hands situation, just like Australia. And I think Samoa will probably feel like they've really let themselves down at this World Cup, because they've stumbled at so many areas, and they have the talent to go a bit further. I think they could have beaten Argentina, and they were very close. They were poor against Japan. So it kind of has been a bit of a story of a what if from Samoa's point of view. In terms of England, though, they're flying. They've won 3 out of 3 so far. Obviously, only 2 bonus points. 1 against Japan, 1 against Chile. Didn't get the bonus point because we didn't score a try against Argentina, but we only conceded 1 try in that game. That's the only try England has conceded in this entire World Cup, which is a very good stat. And it shows that despite how boring England rugby seems to be at the moment, apparently our defence is working, although albeit against certainly not the top 6 teams in the world. So let's look at some just interesting things about this game. Both teams will wear their home kits in this one. So England sporting the white kit, and Samoa in their nice blue kit. England remain on 6th in the world rankings, and Samoa have dropped 2 places down to 14th, following their 6-point loss to Japan. So that's not the greatest movement for them. The interesting thing is both head coaches of these teams played each other back in 2007 at the World Cup, with Seilala Mapusua starting at outside centre on the day, and Steve Borthwick came off the bench for England that day. That was back in 2007. England did go on to win that game 44-22. So hopefully England will look to, continue that role of consecutive wins. England are 8-0 up in the, I suppose, the all-time series between the two nations, with their most recent win being 6 years ago, back in 2017, where they beat Samoa 48-14 at Twickenham. Of course, I don't think England have ever played Samoa in Samoa, so I think it's always been at World Cups or at Twickenham. And obviously that was what was it? That was 34-point winning margin. Their biggest winning margin was back in 2005 when they beat them 40 points to 3. But the interesting thing about World Cup matches between these two sides, they played each other. This will be their 4th meeting. They've met in 1995, 2003, and 2007. And in every single one of those games, Samoa scored 22 points in all of the games. Whereas England, in 2 of them, scored 44, and 1 of them scored 45. So, it seems to follow a trend there. And so it's quite interesting. We'll see if Samoa can score a few more, or even try and reach that stat. But obviously, it's not a good look for Samoa in terms of the head-to-heads of these two countries in World Cup and out. England are 3-0 up in the World Cups, and this will be their 4th meeting. England have played in every single World Cup, as I'm sure you're all aware, being the only Northern Hemisphere team to win it just once, back in 2003. They've had 3 second-place finishes. They've come 4th twice, 5th twice, and then they've exited in the pool stages in their own tournament once, back in 2015, which wasn't a great look. However, this will be the 5th time that England have topped their pool, after 1995, 2003, 2011, and 2019. But this will be the first time they have done so at consecutive tournaments, which is quite an interesting stat. They've won their last 7 pool stage games, dating back to the 2015 win against Uruguay. Obviously, before that, we lost to Australia. We got hammered by Australia, and then before that, we lost that nail-biting game to Wales. And so they're obviously looking to continue that winning streak. But what is interesting is they haven't conceded a try since, I think it was the last 10 minutes of the Argentina game in the first round, which is a very good stat that they definitely will want to continue their strong defensive stat. And despite how poor their defense was in the build up to this World Cup, they seem to have really pushed on from that, at least in their defense. England have played 53 World Cup matches, winning 39 and having lost 14, whereas Samoa have played 35, won 14, lost 21. So this is this World Cup was a chance to start to build that back up to about a 50-50, but they haven't been able to. They've misfired in this game. So it's an interesting one. I think England will win this game, personally. I don't know how convincingly, considering they're probably going back to their normal kicking style, not the format they played against Chile, which I really enjoyed. But we'll see. I think obviously the talking point is Farrell at 12, and we will have the lineup coming up to you soon. But I'd say the interesting, Farrell at 12 and Ford at 10. As Borthwick mentioned in the press conference, it's got a good winning percentage, but I don't know. I just don't see Farrell as a 12 because he's not a runner, and I don't think he offers any attacking threat. Yes, he's a brilliant offloader. He's a great distributor, but I don't see Tuolangi being enough of a threat at 13 to warrant that. Where Samoa will look to, I suppose, make their presence known against England, and have done in this tournament, in one of the few areas they've actually done very well in, is they are topping the chart on winning the most jackals in their own 22 of all teams in this World Cup. So they will definitely try to use that to their advantage. Although I don't know how much they'll be able to, considering how much England kick. But having said that, we will quickly pass over to the England starting lineup and the reserves. So we've got a little infographic for you here, and I'll see you when you get back. there is the England side to face Samoa today, and obviously some interesting selections there. Some people are not even in the 23 that I assumed would be there after the Chile game. What interests me is the continued play of Tuolangi at 13 when if you put Ollie Lawrence in that 13 instead, and then you can have Arundel on the bench. Yeah, Arundel seems too good to be leaving out, but I suppose he just doesn't fit the same role of, style of gameplay that, say, like Johnny May does, who is probably the one player I'm just like, why, I don't understand why he's there. But I mean, I do understand why he's there, because he's Borthwick's kind of player. He chases kicks like a puppy chasing a frisbee. But again, I mean, this is just how they're going to play. And expecting a change from this England side, or rather from Borthwick, is probably is hoping for too much, shall we say. But that being said, we still have to go through the Samoa side, because we unfortunately do not have an infographic for that. So what we have for today is just me reading out the players. So at number 1, we have Jordan Lay. Number 2, Sama Malolo. And number 3, Michael Alatoa, brother of the other Alatoa who plays for Australia. And so in the locking down, we have 4 and 5, Sam Slade and Brian, and my God, this name is hard to say, Alain Nuisi. 6, Theo McFarland, who has moved obviously from lock to flank, where he usually plays for Saracens, playing against a couple of his clubmates in this game, actually. 7, Fritz Lee. 8, Stephen Luatua. Now, the new halfback pairing of Taumateni, still retaining his number 9 spot, but Lima Sopoanga is preferred over Christian Liliafano, which is interesting. And to be honest, I think a good move for Samoa. I think Sopoanga offers something a bit different. He's faster, more agile, but his kicking is more consistent as well than Liliafano. Then onto the rest of the back line, you got Nariah Fomai, sorry. Danny Tuala and Tunua Manu in the bench, Nigel Awong on the other wing, and Duncan Paiawa at fullback, facing off against Freddie Stewart. Big men against each other. Then Sealala Lamb, James Lay, and Paul Alo-Emile. Suatala Faso, Alamanda Motuga, Milani Matavao, Christian Liliafano, and Miracle Fealagi on the bench. So I think it's going to be probably quite a good contest. I think, knowing England, they're going to make it harder than they need to, but we'll see. They have been going look, in fairness, they have been going well in this World Cup, and their discipline has been exemplary, which is strange to think of an England side being having exemplary discipline as of recent years. Let's see. Don't forget to chuck your messages in the chat, and ask me any questions. We'll get some polls going as well. I know there's one about who you think will win. Don't forget to vote on that. RPG saying, let's hope for a good game from England today. Farrell better not get another card. Fingers crossed, but he's a. I don't really know how to describe Farrell, to be in all honesty, because it's too easy to call him a thug. He's clearly not a thug. He's just a huge competitor, but his tackling technique is poor, I'd say. But anyway, the teams are out onto the pitch, which means that we will be following with the national anthems and, I believe, the Sippy Towel immediately after. I didn't actually get to check if Ben Lamb got a sighting from, I assume he did, on his red card last weekend, but he's not in the squad, so that may be why. Ben Lamb was once a hell of a player for the Hurricanes, and I mean would score just religiously for them in Super Rugby. He was in my SUPERBRU every single weekend. Speaking of SUPERBRU and let's say the World Rugby Cup fantasy team, how are you doing in all of it? Let me know who you've got in this game in your fantasy teams. For me, I have in my SUPERBRU, I have Genge. And I think actually that's it on that. And I don't even think I have any of the players in this game on my World Cup fantasy league. So going through Samoa's World Cup, going through Samoa's national anthem at the moment. We'll get some quick fire stats for you now. Let's start with Samoa. Samoa spent very little time in the opposition half at the Rugby World Cup 2023. They've only had 47.1% of territory, which is the 7th lowest in the World Cup. They averaged the 5th fewest carries, only 100, 4th fewest defenders beaten at 17, and fewest line breaks per game with 1.67. And that's a bad stat, and especially against a strong defensive unit like this England team, you think they'd have to change that in this game. They're averaging only 8 visits to the opposition 22 per game, which is the joint fifth lowest. But they do have a decent points takeaway, with the 3rd highest takeaway, 2.6 per visit, which I suppose, considering they're not visiting it very much, it doesn't really threaten teams. They're conceding on average only 6 visits per game to their own 22, which is not terrible. They've only conceded 5 tries, and England will look to change that. But as I mentioned beforehand, they have a competition high of 2.67 jackals per game inside their own 22. So on that kind of critical defence, they're very good at turning the ball over in those dire situations, as Fiji have shown especially against Australia with Joshua Tuisova. Let's look at a little bit at England. They've only conceded 1 try, which I think is better than all other teams in the World Cup. They've only conceded 1 try in 17 entries to their 22, and averaged just 1.3 missed tackles per game when defending their line, which is the 2nd least of any team, which is great. Very good defense. The only try they've conceded came after 10 phases of possession. They've also had to do very little defending in this zone, with only about 34.3 tackles coming in per game in this area. So the anthem's been sung now, and England will get ready to face the Sipi Tau from Samoa. And I think the nice thing is there's a bit of a friendliness between these two teams, because some of their players play in the Premiership with a lot of the England players, like Saracens, and they do know each other fairly well. The interesting stat from England, and it shows how they're trying to play the game, is only 5 of their 15 tries have originated from set piece, scoring 5 from counter attacks, 4 from turnovers, and 1 from a quick tap penalty, which I think is quite interesting, which means they are far better at unstructured play. However, the Samoan team have conceded just 2 of their 5 tries from unstructured play, so they're quite good at the scramble defense. And also, England have been very well disciplined at this World Cup, which is amazing considering, Currie got a red card within 2 minutes of the first game, conceding the 3rd fewest penalties of any team with 8 per game, which is a good stat for England, including 4 in total inside their own 22. So only 4 in their own 22. So you'd kind of look at that and go, well, they've only really conceded 12-ish points by penalties in their own 22, or rather possible points. So just looking over it again, referee is Andrew Brace. He debuted in 2017. This is his 29th test as a referee, 2nd game as a World Cup referee. And funnily enough, this is his first game he refereed was at Twickenham, and it's the 9th time he has refereed England. Here we go. The Samoans are preparing their Sipi Tau. I'm pretty sure it's the Sipi Tau. And it looks like, who's leading it today? I can't tell who's leading it today. But Theo McFarland is definitely making his voice known as he cries out ahead of above everyone else. So it's 16. Sialala Lam is leading the Sipi Tau today. Taumir Teni sporting his beautiful white peroxide blonde mullet. Interesting fact for today: Owen Farrell requires 2 more points to break Johnny Wilkinson's all-time England points record and get him up to, I believe it was 1,801. I will get that. Here we go. He will have taken 18 more tests than Wilkinson. Yes, so it would take him up to 1,179. And Johnny May will return from his suspension to earn his 49th cap. He's only played 3 minutes in this World Cup. Johnny May is the only player in this matchday team to have scored a test try against Samoa, but he has not crossed since 2014 after 2 tries at Twickenham. George Ford is averaging 13.7 points a game after coming into the tournament, averaging 4.3. So he certainly stepped it up in this World Cup, especially after that 27-point haul in the first game. And then Alex Mitchell combines with George Ford in the halves for the third time at this tournament and the fourth time this year. Looking at the Samoan team, just before we get started, 9 changes to their starting team that lost to Japan. Theo McFarlane, Fritz Lee, Stephen Luatua, Jonathan Tamatene, Tamua Manu, and Duncan Paiawa retaining their places. All-new front row with Lay, Malolo, and Alatoa, with an all-new second row of Slade and Alayanuisi. I hope that's how you say his name. Tamatene will partner Lima Sopoaga for the second time after they started alongside each other against Ireland in the game they actually almost won. Fomai will start for just the second time this year. Jordan Lay earned just his second Rugby World Cup start after playing 5 of his 6 previous matches since 2019 off the bench. And then Malolo earns his second career start and first of the Rugby World Cup. There are 2 players in the matchday team who play their club rugby in England with Stephen Luatua at Bristol and Theo McFarland at the Saracens. So they do know each other quite well. This will be Luatua's first test against England since 2013 when he was an All Black. So it's been a while, eh? So we will obviously get ready for kickoff now. And it is, I believe, George Ford doing the kickoffs, not Owen Farrell. So England will kick off at left to right on your screens if you're watching. And we're almost there. We are about to kick off. And exciting times. I'm very happy to finally be commentating on an England game again. It's been a young minute. So just getting ready for kickoff now, and Andrew Brace just waiting for the nod from the sidelines before he gives George Ford the nod. But a good contest. I think this game will be a good contest. I'm really looking forward to it. So come on, England. George Ford does get us underway. Joe Marchant chasing down that right-hand wing, taken in by Paiawa, who immediately looks to clear it. Does so. Decent enough kickoff, or rather kick to clear, but it will remain in Samoa's half, and England will have the first line out of the game. Jamie George to throw in, preferred over Theo Dan for this one as the first choice hooker. Goes to the back to Ollie Chesham, off the back to Alex Mitchell, straight into Ford, who brings Tuolangi straight into the game. And England already looking to play quickly. Jamie George getting involved, although it goes behind Farrell. Behind Stewart to Farrell. And it looks like there might be an early steal here from Samoa at the ruck. They do turn it over and they decide to play wide. Tamatene has fed, and Sopoanga's got it in the midfield. He's got around. There's the first line break of the game already for Samoa. And they're really, taking this game to England in this first minute. On the 10-meter line of England's half this for now. Theo McFarlane taking it up in the middle. Alatoa decides to pick up and go. And then, hang on, let me get my team sheet up. This is good. Sopoanga feeds big man Manu in the midfield. Tamatene off the back of the ruck to Alatoa. Alatoa crashes in, but doesn't get much ground. Tamatene recycles to Sopoanga. Sopoanga at the back and it's swung wide to Danny Tuala, who chose it forwards, and it's dribbled into touch just on the England 22. So quite a frantic start there from both sides, but more from England, not showing any patience in their passes and really putting themselves on some unnecessary pressure. But England will look to continue their very good exit strategies and their 22 line defense. Jamie George will throw. He goes to the back to Maro Itoje. He's got a clean catch, although it's been lost forward. Oh no, sorry, it was called not straight. That didn't look skew. I disagree with that. I don't think that was definitely a straight throw in. I disagree with the ref on that. But it will be a scrum. Samoa put in a dangerous position. England will need to shore up the defence here and make sure that they don't concede early, and definitely try not to give away a penalty as well. Although I'd rather prefer a penalty to a try, obviously. But again, guys, do chuck any questions or anything in that chat box, and I will get round to them as soon as I can. What's my score prediction? Considering how England play, or will look to play, I'm going to say something like 28-12, something around those lines. It's not going to be a massive score from England, I don't think, unless Samoa kind of capitulate. They'll play the kind of tight squeeze game on Samoa, I believe. And yeah, we'll see what happens. So the scrum needs to be reset. Still Samoa ball. And I think, yeah, only the Samoan left winger is standing right behind the scrum at the moment. They might look to play him off a ball off Sopoaga. But it looks like they will not be using the blind side unless there's a pickup from the back from Luatua. And England get a penalty immediately at the scrum, and they will be very happy with that. And it looks like Ellis Genge, who's won that penalty against his opposite number, Michael Alatoa. And I think they might call another scrum. Nope, they'll kick for the corner, not the corner, the touchline with George Ford, and not I mean, very good, very good 22-meter line defence from England. George Ford finds a really good touchline back into Samoa's half. And you can see, yep, Michael Alatoa's knees straight to deck because of the pressure. And so Jamie George throws to the front in what was a bit of a feigned line-out. And this rolling maul from England is flying. They're already up to the 22. They've got the penalty advantage. And Mitchell is impeded. Farrell's towed it through, but unfortunately it is picked up, so they will come back for the penalty at that rolling maul. I think it was sacking the rolling maul. Yeah, and so England, you'd think, would just kick another line out and set the same maul again and try and get a rolling maul try. And now I'm starting to think, yeah, maybe I should have put at least one England forward in either of my my teams except just Ellis Genge. Maybe Jamie George would have been a good shout on SUPERBRU. So England kick to the corner. They're about 7 meters out with the line out to come, and if they get another maul like that, they are sailing over that try line. So fingers crossed. Try not to be biased, of course, because of all things, but it's not like Stephen isn't when he's commentating on the South Africa game, is it? So yeah, so Jamie George will throw, goes to the front again through Courtney Laws. They do set the maul. It's much better defended by Samoa. It's not going forwards just yet, although it is starting to creep around the side. It will go forwards now, and I think it's Fritz Lee who almost impedes the maul there. It has been stopped, and it will. Oh, it's a knock on by England, so Samoa get off easy. Tamateni will feed Sopoaga, I believe. I mean, he's definitely picked that up. Sopoaga clears, gets it over Tom Currie, and gets it off the field. So danger averted, but oh, and Tom Currie's already got a nice gash on his eye, which is the best thing with blood. Again, best thing with blood. So he might have to go off already for a blood replacement. Just to get that stitched up, and I think it's probably the same one. He's reopened the one he in his head clash in against Argentina. So Samoa kick to the lines, and England through Marchand do try to play it off, so catch it out and throw it back in before he lands. Doesn't quite manage to, so it will be a line out to. Sorry, it will be a excuse me, a penalty. No, not penalty. It'll be a throw into Samoa, sorry, through their hooker Malolo. And I imagine they'll go to the front here. They do so. Tamateni feeds big Fomai, who then feeds Sopwanga, who launches a high ball. Freddie Stewart's under it, takes it really well under pressure. Alex Mitchell calling in his forwards. No, he will pass off the left to Chesham, who rumbles it in. He is stripped by Taumiteni, straight into the hands of his big winger, Nigel Awong. However, Jamie George has got it back now. He's running down the left-hand side. He tries a kick through, but Johnny made a chase, and Samoa are going back. It is cleared by Neraya Fomai, but just, chaotic and kind of sloppy play here from both sides. Both Chesham stripped by Taumiteni, but then in that strip, the winger Nigel Awong picks it up, and then he's stripped by Alex Mitchell. Jamie George runs it. Currie off the back to Mitchell. Mitchell to Farrell. Farrell to Tuolangi, who's met well by two men in the middle. Mitchell feeds Genge. Genge out the back to Ford. Ford is kind of forced to offload it as quickly as possible, and it is not backwards, so it's play on. Mitchell to George. George quickly off to Earl, who breaks the first tackle of Fritz Lee. Mitchell gets it by the challenge of Tamiteni. And it's good here from England. Tuolangi has it in space. He's just got to release Chesham, and he does so, and Ollie Chesham will go over for England's first try. And that was just beautiful play from the big forwards down on the left-hand side of the pitch. And there you go. Decent start from England. And it's the forwards that get the work done this time, and I love it. Tuolangi did well there. Did really well to draw and pass and put Chesham away. Paiawa was kind of stuck in no man's land. He had to go for he had to stay long enough. It wasn't Paiawa, it was Nigel Awong. He had to stick long enough on Tuolangi for Taumiteni to get close enough. And then by that time, he couldn't catch up to Ollie Chesham, who's a bit of a rangy player. And just good play. Good play from England there. And I'm happy with that. I'm pretty happy with that. Now, interesting. Who's going to be kicking? I'm assuming it'll be Farrell. But honestly, in some senses, I wouldn't stop forward kicking. He's been kicking so well. But I assume it'll be Farrell. And it is Owen Farrell who will be kicking, and that also will probably be playing into the fact that they want him to be the top point scorer for England. If he gets this kick, he does. He goes above Johnny Wilkinson and breaks his record as an all-time point scorer, highest point scorer for England, which almost feels like a bit of an end of an era, really. Although Johnny Wilkinson's not been playing for God knows how long now, but it does feel like a bit of an end of an era. And no one. It will take it into... and he's missed it. Has he? And he has. So he stays below Johnny Wilkinson. But it was just really good hands here from the England team. And just, getting outside of the Samoan side and making it look fairly easy in that one, to be honest. And it shows some ingenuity, not kicking the ball away, which I like to see from England. Doesn't happen all that often. RPG, I agree with you, mate. This is a good start for England. We're actually playing some rugby. Alex Mitchell decides, no, I'm going to take this, and he almost makes the break. Currie gets over the ball, and Farrell deputizes at 9. Jamie George goes into contact, and Samoa turn over the ball and push and force the penalty. So you'd imagine Samoa will go for points here. And that could be 5-3. And it's Ollie Chesham immediately after scoring a try, he gives away a penalty, which is frustrating. But it's better than conceding a try, I guess. But it was a silly penalty, and it's Ollie Chesham going straight off his feet to protect Jamie George in that ruck, stealing off the ball. So totally fair call from the referee there. Don't blame him. Definitely a penalty against Ollie Chesham there. Never thought I'd see this day, Johnny the man. Well, he hasn't been topped just yet. I imagine it will happen in this game, but you never know, RPG. You never know. According to the commentators, and Lima Sopoanga's replacement kicking tee after having the other one stolen has not done the business for him, and he's missed from right in front. And Samoa have not been great off the kicking tee this World Cup, and it's uncharacteristic from Sopoanga, who was a great kicker for the All Blacks when he used to play. And he's played for I think he's played for the Wasps. I think he had a stint at Bristol. So anyway, George Ford, 22 dropout, kicks it long and straight to Sopoanga, who's almost charged down by Currie, who's now got strapping on his head. Stewart comes forward well, claims the ball with relative ease. Mitchell has to go digging in there because there is a Samoan body, but there's no penalise. And Genge feeds it on to Courtney Laws, who fights through a couple of tackles, but is brought down. Ford launches a high ball, and here comes the kicking. Johnny May is to chase, but so is the rest of the back line. It's taken in well by Paiawa. Sopoanga decides to go quickly down the right-hand side. And it's a knock-on from Samoa just outside their own 10-meter line. So England have an attacking scrum here in a decent position. And all good from England so far. Please forgive me if I butcher any of the Samoan names while trying to tell you who's got the ball. It's quite hard to remember them and tell you who's in possession at the same time. So just forgive me for that if you can. But yeah, we are steadily climbing towards that 50,000 subscriber mark, guys. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do like and subscribe to the channel. Check out our sponsors down below, BitDefender and BOYLESPORTS. We have our links for them down below. And yeah, keep those guys. Get the comments in. Get the comments in. I want to be interacting with you guys as we go through this game. And it looks like there can't be an injury already. Martin's had his top off, but Courtney Laws. It was Courtney Laws who was down. And obviously, Nick Martin. I suppose Martins has to be filling in at flank and at lock because we got Billy Vunipola, who I certainly don't particularly want on the pitch. 50-50 territory-wise at the moment. So fairly equal. England going away with that one try, unconverted, and Samoa missing a banker of a penalty. They should be on 3. They'll be frustrated with that, but it be like that sometimes. I swear, doing this job, you need like verbal diarrhea. So England were about to feed the scrum, and then the referee calls for a reset. So they will take some extra time to reset this scrum. Also, if you see me leaning forwards and kind of wincing, it's because I recently had knee surgery, and the swelling it gets a bit painful sometimes. So I just for some reason I tend to touch it for no reason, because apparently that might help. So forgive me that as well. It's been a long week, so I'm glad to be able to watch some rugby now. So 14 minutes into this half, 5-0, and considering what's happened in this game, England will be happy with that. They don't particularly need anything out of this game. Obviously, they'll want the win. They'll definitely want the bonus point. And this is a monster scrum from England. Surprised there was no penalty advantage there. Mitchell feeds to Farrell. Farrell straight feeds Tuolangi through a gap, who then can't get the pass off to Stewart, who would have been in the clear, I imagine, there. Mitchell goes wide, out to Ford. Ford tries to feed Marchant, doesn't, but gets it off the Farrell, who is tackled out a metre short. But really good, looking good here from England. And Farrell already angry with Duncan Paiawa for, I assume, the tackle. And in all honesty, I suppose Farrell is the last person who should be getting angry about a tackle. But is what it is. Yeah, it's unlucky Tuolangi didn't get that ball away to Stewart. He probably would have been through. And it's a great line there and pass deliverance from Farrell to Tuolangi. Just unfortunate that Tuolangi couldn't get that pass off. He was kind of blocked by Duncan Paiawa. And Farrell is literally tackled less than a metre short. I mean, it would have been like 30 centimetres, if not a little bit more. So it's a tackle on the shoulder. And so there won't be a penalty. It will be a Samoan lineout with Malolo to throw. And I believe he's going to go to the front to Theo McFarland. Courtney Laws does try and get up and disrupt it. Doesn't manage to. Fritz Lee gets the pass off Tamateni, is met by Currie and George, and is smacked to the ground. But Samoa have got possession. Tamateni feeds Sopoaga, and he clears. Ball has gone out. England look to play quickly, and I like this from England. And Stewart feeds Johnny May in the midfield. He's through into the 22, tackled well by Malolo. Mitchell feeds Genge. Genge on a run. Straight into Fritz Lee and Luatua. Mitchell again feeds Itoje. Itoje goes into contact, and it breaks the first 2 tackles. And England playing the advantage. This is good from England. Mitchell decides to go the other way this time. To Courtney Laws. Inside to Genge. Breaks the first tackle of Alatoa. Mitchell. Ben Earl at the back to Ford. Ford with a little dink over the top to Jamie George. Doesn't manage to make it, and Tamateni has to pick up, and he's done well. Oh, and England have got the penalty. I didn't even see what that was for, but Tamateni, if they were playing on, he'd done well there. Oh, okay. So I think Ford was taken out off the after the kick. So where the ball landed is where the penalty would be. Oh no, it was in front of the kicker. Okay. So England have a penalty right in front of the sticks. I imagine they'll go for a scrum here. I would go for a scrum here. Don't go for the 3. Oh. Nope. England are going for poles. I look, I get it. Put the game to bed, but in a game that you don't have to win with a bonus point, test yourself. Like, I mean, I guess win the game first and then start to test yourself. But I don't know. I think they should have gone for a scrum there. It's a perfect position to have an attacking scrum. But they're going for poles, and that's one way of doing it, I guess. We know what kind of rugby they're looking to play. So yeah. And Farrell, I suppose, wants this, so he does take over the although he's fairly selfless. I doubt he's even thinking about it. I would love one of those rugby balls, though. Might try and buy myself one of the World Cup balls. Apparently, they're really nice to kick. So, yeah. So if Farrell sinks this, which I believe he does, he is the all-time England highest point scorer. And Johnny Wilkinson will drop down to number 2 after God knows how many years at the top. Owen Farrell lining up. Straight down the middle. And Owen Farrell does overtake Johnny Wilkinson at the top. Highest points in English rugby history for the man, Owen Farrell. Take the points. I agree, and there are arguments for both. And I think... Yeah, I don't know. I think there are arguments for both. But it is 8-0, and England, building that lead. So it'll be Samoa to restart. Sopoaga will be the man to kick off, and it's good to see him back in international rugby, isn't it? I mean, what a player when he was playing for the All Blacks. It is well taken down by Ben Earl, who's just outside his own 22 now, so they won't kick out directly. It looks like Mitchell will set the box kick for Marchant to chase, and he does so. Marchant chasing. It's not gone very far, but that's also allowed Marchant to get there and tap it back, although he's tapped it back straight into a Samoan hand, who then drops it. And it was Tamua Manu who knocked it on, and England will have a scrum. Just realized, like, talking like this and this consistently is it gives me a kind of a sore throat. It was a good chase by Marchant. He just didn't manage to gather it, but he managed to slap it back. Jamie George doesn't manage to dive on it, and then Samoa pick it up. But then Manu is smacked from behind, and he drops it. And it's Ollie Chesson with the tackle. So England will look to use their scrum again to assert their dominance over Samoa, as they have in their first few scrums, and set, I would say, an attacking platform, but I'm 90% sure that England are going to kick this ball away. Considering field position, don't blame them for that, actually. And it has worked, so, keep doing it. England get a free kick. I think it's for shoving early. And so now they will kick the ball. George Ford will kick to touch. And it's interesting, George Ford taking the touch kicks, Owen Farrell taking the kicks with poles. They are really mixing the game up. They go midfield. Ford decides to kick midfield straight to Duncan Paiawa, who launches a high ball. Freddie Stewart takes it cleanly, as he usually does. And England are just inside their own half. Mitchell out to Ford, Ford to Farrell. Farrell decides to nudge it through. Just inside Samoa's 22. Sopwanga is back, kicks again, but in field. And I believe Ford picked up the ball and passes to Farrell, who launches it down the other side of the field this time. And it is Fomai who's back, feeds Sopwanga, and that is a huge territory gain for England. And when it works for England, it does work. And I can't fault them for that kind of battle there. Let's see. Great game ahead. Thanks for the commentary. No worry. I'm not actually sure how to say your name. Albade? Is it Obade? Could you say that? Could you type that out phonetically? I don't want to keep butchering your name if we keep chatting. So Samoa have. I thought England had the ball. I don't know how that happened. So Samoa with a clever little kick over the top, and Mitchell's been caught with it, and he's knocked it on. Samoa have turned it over, and they will look to play from here. It is picked up by the big number 5, who is Brian Aluinisi. Duncan Paiawa decides, no, I'm going to take this on myself. Now it's Luatua in some open play. He passes out the side to number 13, which is Manu, which is not, and he throws a bad pass to R Wong, but he's got it back. And this is good. This is decent from Samoa. McFarlane offloads in the tackle in midfield. Paiawa makes a break into the 22. He then offloads off the floor to McFarlane again. And McFarlane is everywhere in this match. Alatoa to his hooker, Malolo, who's still going. He's shipped one tackle over Toje. And they're inside that 22 again. Tamitene feeds Sopwanga. Sopwanga out the back to Tuala, who takes on the line instead of passing. Fritz Lee gets over the top of him. Tamitene feeds Luatua, and it looks like Samoa might be here in the corner, and it is Nigel R. Wong who goes over the top of Johnny May and scores Samoa's first try of the game. And it's not bad, shocking defense from England. It's just very good from Samoa. Samoa played really well there. They used their hands, they used the full width of the field, and they used speed. And, it's good on Samoa. Very, very good play there. And it's Freddie Stewart's missed tackle that kind of, it was a lot earlier on, but very, very clever there from, I think it was Tuala. Let me get the team thing up. It's Tuala. No, it wasn't. It was Manu who shipped it on very, very quickly to Nigel R. Wong, who just goes straight over the top of Johnny May. And there's no, considering the size difference, probably not going to be able to stop him in that tackle. Ben Lamb was suspended after his red card against Japan. Just been said by the commentators. So Sopwanga has a chance to bring it to a 1-point game from out wide. And he'll be looking to make amends for that shocker of a missed penalty from more or less right in front of the balls. With a much harder kick on the 23rd minute. Out to the right-hand side, about probably 6 meters in from touch. He just sneaks it in the left hand upright. So 8 plays 7. England not as comfortable now as they were. And that was a really good run in there from Tuala, taking out 2 men there, and England just don't have the numbers. Easy try there for Nigel R. Wong. Straight over the top of Johnny May, who does get him down, but it's just not enough real estate to allow him to get back up and challenge for the ball because the try's already been scored. And former All Black Tanu Umaga is one of the coaches. I don't think he's head coach, but I think he's attack coach for Samoa. And I know he's loving the game right now, but he's been frustrated with the results that his team has got. So England kicking to the 22 and straight to Sopwanga, who clears the line all the way up to just over the halfway line, and they're in England's half. And as I said, I don't think Samoa will make this easy for England. England have to be on the ball, literally, to make sure that they get all that they want out of this game. George throws to Laws at the in the middle, and it's lost forwards by, I believe, Ben Earl. And England just looking a little bit sloppy here. So it'll be a scrum, Samoan scrum, which, in fairness, hasn't been their strength in this game, but they will look to use it as well as they can. And they do have a huge foothold in this game now. They're only 1 point behind, with just over 15 minutes to play in this half. Excuse me. England making 13 more carries than Samoa with 27-14. They've made 214 meters to Samoa's 93 and 3 line breaks to Samoa's 1. And yet Samoa are 1 point behind. So maybe not taking their chances as they need to. Tamiteni gets it off the back of the scrum. He feeds Big Man Tuala in the middle, who out the back to Sapuanga, who feeds Fomai. Fomai is tackled eventually by Farrell. Tamiteni pops it out the back to Fritz Lee. Fritz Lee feeds R. Wong, who is covered well by Ben Earl. He gets the ball back inside, though. Sapuanga has to clear up at the back of the ruck. And I think it's Paiawa who decides to kick out to Theo McFarland on the wing. Forward. And a beautiful offload to his hooker, Malolo, who's broken attack 2 tackles. Samoa could be in for a second here. Oh, and it's just been not lost forward over the try line. No, it's not. It's been ripped by an England man. Therefore, it's been taken over the try line. And it will be a Samoan scrum on the 5-meter line. And this is just not looking good for England. Orbiday. Okay, cool. Orbiday. Trying to be neutral, just want a clean game. Many Pacific Islands travel to broaden their horizons. That is true. That is true. Orbiday. Okay, cool. Now I know your name. I will make sure I can pronounce it properly now. Perfect. Well, this is England reeling a little bit here. They are certainly under a hell of a lot of pressure. This is definitely not the part of the field they want to be playing in. And I think Samoa are providing them with a challenge that they haven't really had yet from any of the other sides. England will need to shore up the defense here hugely, because Samoa have some very good strike runners, and they could run over, the likes of Marchant or Johnny May, or even Forward rather. That's an interesting statistic. Samoa have got 6 successful offloads to England's 1. And they are using it to very good effect. It looks like Courtney Laws needs some attention on his hand here. And it'll not be good if he has to go off this early in the game. He does. He's shaking it a little bit. It looks like he's got some kind of irritation on there. But, not terrible. So we are, let's say, 2,267 subscribers away from our 50K. So not too many. Let's get there before the end of the World Cup, and that'll be a solid performance in this grand spectacle of a rugby spectacle. So any mates you've got, get them to subscribe and keep up to date with all the information, and listen along and watch the watch-alongs too. Samoa do feed their scrum. Tamiteni's just getting it back out the back with his foot, and it's been slapped down. He's not got it cleanly, and it's Fomai who comes up with it. But again, it's gone backwards. Sapuanga picks it up and then is smacked by, I believe it was George. Fritz Lee goes in the middle. They're just inside England's 22 now, so they've lost some ground, but England give away the penalty. So Samoa playing under advantage, and this could take them ahead. Tamiteni just kind of flings it out the back of the ruck, and Samoa will take the penalty, and I assume will take the points. And if Sapuanga's fine, this will put them ahead. Oh no! Samoa showing some real intent here and going for the corner. And that is interesting. I did not expect them to do that. I thought they would just play to get in front. And I think it's not Alex Mitchell who gives away the penalty. I believe it is Courtney Laws for... no, it's not Courtney. I think it was the ruck before that. So it will be Malolo to feed the line out. And England looking under a considerable amount of pressure here. They throw to the front. Theo McFarlane rises high to catch. And the maul is set. It's not going forwards. The ball is on the floor, so they will have to use it. Another penalty advantage given away by England. So Samoa will hit the lead here, you imagine. They try a crossfield kick. And Awong has caught the crossfield kick, and I believe he has got the ball down. And Samoa hit the front. And England just defending poorly. After all of the good defensive work they've put in over this World Cup so far, they are defending very poorly now and giving away penalties. But they are checking it, but I'm pretty sure he scored this. Let's have a look. But double for Nigel Awong. He's playing well. He's playing well in this game, and England will be a bit shocked by this. And it looks like the TMO is showing a very slow review to show exactly frame by frame just what's happened. So I imagine it's very close, but I imagine they've scored, that he scored. Let's have a look. We're just waiting on this confirmation at the moment. Here we go. Let's see. Yeah, try. And Nigel Awong will have scored that try. Literally less than an inch. Less than an inch. And that's a double already for Nigel Awong. Millimeters. Absolute millimeters, but well deserved. What a try from Samoa. And England must be reeling. They don't know what's hit. Well, they know what's hit them. It's a lot of Samoan beef, but just poor. Really, really poor from England. But brilliant from Samoa. Brilliant from the midfield to know to kick. I think it was Sopoanga who launched the kick to Awong. Just knew where his player would be. Freddie Stewart was too narrow and didn't get anywhere near it. Pinpoint. Absolute pinpoint. And warning bells going off for England now. 5 from Samoa from Wesley Hartman. You're not wrong, Wes. You're not Wesing. You're not wrong. Cal, you doing okay? I'm good. Let's be honest, I've never thought England recently have been that great. So this shockingly doesn't surprise me. And I don't see us getting. Look, if we play Fiji in the quarters, I don't see us getting past them anyway. So unless we played how we played against Chile, then I think we actually would beat them. But this kind of rugby, nah. We're just not great. But anyway, England kick off. It's gone down to Theo McFarlane, who's tackled by Currie and Itoje inside the Samoan 22. It is 8 points to 14. Samoa in the lead by 6. Taumeteni with not a good clearance. Might have been a ball touched in the air there by an England player, but we'll find out. If not, it's a very good line. It's an England line out. Very good attacking line out here for England. Off a very poor clearance kick from Taumeteni. George throws in. Goes to Laws at the front. Not straight. The throw was not straight. Oh, sorry, no, it wasn't not straight. It was Tom Currie leaving the line out early. And just a needless free kick. And thank God Marchant was back, because that was close to a 50-22. Marchant clears up to England's 10-meter line. And England just look. I mean, the first 5-8 minutes they look great, But now they just look poor. Or rather, Samoa look good. And it's their defensive pattern's not working out. They are giving away penalties, free kicks for no reason, and I mean, they just and Samoa go to the front. Tamateni throws out to Toala. Soponga has it, and he feeds I can never remember his name. Fomai feeds Nigel Wong, who kicks it forwards. Marchant picks it up, and he's done well. Let's step out the first tackle. They are outside their 22 now. Courtney Laws decides to rumble it up. Jamie George picks up off the back of the ruck, and I would say that's off his feet there. Alex Mitchell looking for a box kick now, and England will do anything to just get out of their own half. It looks like, and it's just a shocking kick from Alex Mitchell. It's literally gone up. It's so just directly up in the air. And Samoa are going to get another try. Paiawa in the corner off a very fortuitous try from just a shocking kick from Alex Mitchell. And Samoa are in again. And England are just dire. And I don't know if I'm shocked or just like, meh. But it just shows you put Farrell back in the team and England go to shit. Or at least in at 12. I mean, yeah, look, very fortuitous try, and it's a huge mistake from Mitchell, not the team. But yeah, just really, this is really poor from England. And they're going to go into half time with quite a big deficit here, I think. And I don't particularly know what's wrong with England. Oh, thanks, Wes. Oh, this is it's just like watching England back in the warm-up games, and I'm not even surprised. Like, yes, it was against Chile, but it was still our just most fluid performance, and we just then go and change everyone again. And England are the last team that probably can do that, because even our first team's not fantastic. So Sopoanga has a chance to take it out to a 13-point lead. And that's not something I thought I'd be saying in this first half. Sopoanga just draws it across the face. I mean, just. So it will be 8 points to 19 with 6 minutes left to play. Oh, and this try may be scrubbed off. They are going. This kick's been taken, but we've seen this in the World Cup before. They're checking a potential knock-on from Samoa. Look, I mean, I don't think they should be looking at this past the kick. I think it's, it's done. I actually agree there is a knock-on there, but look, there is a knock-on, but I also agree that, it's too late. Yeah. So the try will be scrubbed off, but I don't believe it should be. If it wasn't picked up initially, fine, let it go. England are playing like shite anyway, so it might have actually made it better for them. So it will be no try for Samoa, and they will come back, and England will be breathing a heavy sigh of relief. And so, yep, no try for Samoa, and that is a saving grace from England's point of view. And I mean, I don't even know if I should be happy, because we still allowed it to happen, and they still got a penalty. So they'll probably, I imagine they'll probably go for the touch, and I would too. They are in ascendancy at the moment, and they'll want to they will want to get that try. So, and they are going to go for touch. Sopoanga sets the kick to the corner. and he gets it to the 5-meter line, and England still have all to do to defend their line now. And this is beyond frustrating from an England point of view, but I'm used to it at this point, really. So it will be Malolo to throw to the line out. I imagine they'll go to McFarland, and they do, in the middle. It's come down quickly. Ben Earl's hanging on for dear life to that foot. Tamateni out the back. He decides to go blind. Theo McFarland feeds Nigel Wong, who is all potentially in the corner. They're going to check it. And if he scored this, World Cup hat trick for Nigel Wong. Although they are checking it, I believe. Yeah, and he's out. He's touched the line. And he's knocked it on anyway. But so close. England playing very dangerously, and they lucky. Tom Currie does take it way out past the back of the line out on a running start. He is hit quite hard, and it's England. I don't know, like why self-implode like that? You don't need to throw a very risky ball like that. But anyway, Jamie George will run it. Less than 5 minutes left to play in this half. England now down only by 6, luckily. And Alex Mitchell will set the box kick. He does kick, and he's found touch. Samoa won't play quickly. And England will breathe a very heavy sigh of relief for the amount of pressure they are under. Keep those comments flying in, guys. It's nice to chat to you guys directly. So Malolo will throw in. This time it goes to McFarland at the back, and definitely not straight. So England will have the free. No, England will have the scrum or the line out. Or is it just no? It's just a scrum. England will definitely take the scrum anyway, and they'll look to get territory with this one and try and get some points before the end of the half, whether it's a penalty or a try. I mean, it's more likely to be a penalty. Let's be honest. Knowing England. But Alex Mitchell not having a great game. He's yes. But no, even thing is, even with a win like this, England top the pool, and Samoa still can't go through. They have to win by 28 with a bonus point. So Mitchell feeds the scrum and is told to use it. Picks up and goes down the blind, and then stumbles as his winger is not with him, and penalty is given to Samoa for just holding onto the ball, and it's because Johnny May wasn't there, and I think it's because Alex Mitchell didn't tell him he was going blind, and again, just miscommunication from England, just not knowing what they're doing, what the plan is, and just chaos, and just really not the greatest of rugby from England. In fact, it's terrible. It's fucking awful rugby from England, but yeah, it's what we're accustomed to at this point. Especially with the certain players on the pitch. But yeah, I mean, I agree with Clive Woodward. I think Freddie Stewart should be playing 12, and I think Marcus Smith should be our 15. So Samoa have the line out on the 22. They throw it over the top, straight to Tuala, who's taken it well. They are into England's 22. Tackle is called. Tamateni feeds McFarland, who takes on the line. Courtney Laws does well to hold him up there. Tamateni feeds Luatua, who makes a good couple of yards, and then it's off the foot. Malolo's gone through one tackle, or was carrying Dan Cole. Here is Alatoa. They're in the 5 meters, and England are in desperate defensive mode here. They look like they could concede before halftime. Alatoa goes again. Tamateni feeds Sopwanga. Sopwanga goes wide to Tuala, who's left it behind. Sopwanga picks up on the 5 meter line, and it is Manu who darts down the side. Doesn't make much. It makes about a meter. Sopwanga off the back, and England do get the penalty to stop the attack. And welcome relief for England. And 6 points down going into the half time. Marchant is screaming for the ball on the right-hand side, as there's no defence from Samoa there. But no one who is going to kick the ball has seen it. So George Ford will look to clear the lines. That's a huge turnover from England. They could not afford to concede there. They're not playing well. England are not playing well at all. There's no flow or rhythm to their play like they had in that first 8 minutes or so when they scored that try. So Chesham takes it at the back, and England's maul straight to ground. Mitchell will look to kick again. Hopefully this one will actually be a good kick. I still think Mitchell is the best scrum half we have to offer at the World Cup, but he's having a shocker today. Johnny May doesn't rise high for that, and Nigel Awong takes it, but holding on, England win a penalty, and I imagine Farrell will probably take a shot at goal here and try and no, they're going to go to the corner. And it's, I believe it was Lima Sopoanga who was penalised here. Ford gets it into the 22. It's about 10 meters from the Samoan try line. You'll think they'll set the maul here. You hope England can regroup after the half time. I imagine they will. It's not going to be pretty, but I still think England will win this game. They're certainly going to try and look to take the lead in this last play here. George to throw in the line, and I imagine it'll go up to Laws at the front, and does so. They set the maul as per usual. Fair enough. If it works, it works. Don't care if it's attractive or not. Jamie George finally gets the ball to the back of the maul. The maul is stationary at the moment. It is inching forwards. Now there's a break. And Jamie George is sacked from behind. George, oh my God. And Farrell drops it cleanly cold. Just, oh my God. And Samoa go into the halftime break in the lead, 14 points to 8. And England have shown very, very little to be happy about in this first half. I think Samoa have done a lot more of their playing, obviously, and England should be very concerned with how they're playing at the moment. I certainly am not liking what I'm seeing as an England fan, but why would I? It's England. And they're not playing our most dangerous players, which, shocker. We don't even have them on the bench. Although we do have Marcus Smith, so I suppose that's not entirely fair. Sorry, I've just lost my stream. But anyway, I will see you guys after halftime, and hopefully England can claw this one back. So, see you in about 12 minutes, guys. Cheers, cheers.
Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up. Get yourself an account and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, BITDEFENDER, for joining the channel. I've been... All right, fuck me, we are back, and England have what you would argue is a bit of a, I won't say a mountain to climb, but certainly they've made their life hard for themselves. They've got a job to do now, and I mean, yeah, they've made it hard for themselves. They really have. They have not given themselves an easy route here, which, you know, at this point I'm just like, well, it's unsurprising, shall we say? So let's see if they can, you know, do something in this second half. I was trying to figure out how many teams in this World Cup have actually come back from a halftime deficit. The only one I can actually think of offhand is Italy versus Uruguay, where they came back from, I think it was like a 12-point deficit. And so, yeah, who knows? Who knows? We will certainly have a look, though. And you know, we will hope. Well, I know most of you don't, to be honest, but I do. I hope England can put in a better performance in this second half, because, as Clive Woodward said, we've been innocuous in, I'd say, the second 25 minutes of that half, shall we say. Just awful. Just like Samoa did everything. We did very little. And yes, you know, pedestrian from England. So let's get a quick poll going in the young chat. Do you think England can come back? There we go. Can England come back to win? Please get your polls in, and I'd say about after 20 minutes, maybe 20 minutes through the half, we might know. But also, that's when we will go through the results of that. I think England need to make some big changes now. Just with the way they're playing, I think England need to have made a few changes to the starting lineup, or rather,
playing some bench players. I think Ford or Farrell needs to come off. Marcus Smith needs to go in at 15. And bring Ollie Lawrence on at 13, Manu at 12. But hell, we'll see what happens. Tuolangi's already made 70 meters in this game, so not bad. He's only made 2 tackles though. So it will be Samoa to kick to get us started in this second half. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, so it'll be Samoa to kick us off in this second half. Let me just close the poll so I can see what you guys are saying. And they do kick off. It goes down to, I believe, Ben Earl in R22, who tries to run it out. Is met well by Samoa. And I don't think there have been any changes just yet. It doesn't look like it, no. And Mitchell will box kick. And it's a good kick. It brings play up to halfway-ish. And yeah, so England, well, sorry, Samoa will have the throw in just inside England's half. They throw to Theo McFarlane at the top, off the back, down to Tamiateni. Tamiateni feeds the big men in the midfield, trying to truck it up. Yeah. Oh, and it looks like there's been a knock on here, or no arms. Oh, sorry, knocked on in the tackle from Maro Itoje. So it'll just be I think a knock on to a scrum, but it's a knock on the tackle, which, you know, I don't fault people for. It's easy to do. Yeah, knock on in the tackle, fair enough. So it'll be a Samoan scrum. I don't think there have been any changes to either of the sides, from what I can tell. As soon as I do know or see, I will obviously update you guys. But it doesn't look like there have been any changes thus far. England will. Oh, so England could potentially, you know, turn the scrum over. They have already stolen 1 scrum from Samoa. Tamateni off the back. Sopoanga goes wide to Tuala. Tuala feeds Paiawa in the middle. And then it is, and that could be trouble from Farrell already. It is Tumu Manu. And it's a penalty. Jamie George winning the penalty for holding on the. Sorry, no, it's Tom Currie on the ground. And England, hopefully that's the sign of things to come for England. Although I think there might be a check on that Owen Farrell tackle. Certainly should be for me. But England go all the way up to the 22 with that kick. Is it here? No, that's Curry's turnover. And very, very good turnover in a very good position for Currie there. And England now have the ascendancy again. Goes to the top to Courtney Laws. They set the rolling maul. It's already at the back with George. It is inching forwards and also a bit laterally. And now it's been stopped by Samoa before. No, it's not. And then Mitchell decides to try and break off the back, but he's wrapped up by Malolo. But England do have it. Genge in the midfield, met well by Samoa. There's no rolling there from Luatua. He might be penalised here. No, he's not. Oh my God, what's his name? Ben Earl off the back of that ruck takes it into contact. Forward out the back to Farrell. Farrell whips it wide to Laws. Laws is upended, but it's got it off to May, who's jumping infield. He's done okay there. He's made a little bit of ground despite going sideways. It's OJ, other back to forward to Farrell. Farrell fires it to Alangi, who drops it forwards, and now Samoa on the counter attack. And Samoa are going to go in here. No, Ford covers. Oh, and Laws is back to clean up the offload. Ford with a mammoth crackback tackle. Maybe he does still have some pace to him. But just bad from England. Just really bad from Farrell. It wasn't Farrell, it was Ford. But England have managed to scramble. and they've Alex Mitchell will be setting the box kick here, but England just all over the fucking place. If Samoa wins, it still doesn't mean much. England will still top the pool. Mitchell does clear, still inside their own 22, and England just absolutely playing like shite at the moment. No surprises. Samoa can only go through. The only thing they can do to help their chances is win by more than 28 with a try bonus point, which obviously they would if they were that score. But they would then need Japan and Argentina to draw with no bonus points. So it's very unlikely that that's going to happen. So while this is kind of a dead rubber, it shouldn't be, because if England lose this, Christ, we're going to get wrecked by Fiji in the quarterfinal. And to be quite honest, yeah, we deserve it anyway. We're shite. And it's really, really poor from England. Like, Farrell didn't have to blast that into Tuolangi, but threw it so hard. And it's George Ford who amazingly tracks back to take down Payao. I thought Payao was in there for all money. And then Courtney Laws manages to dive on the ball that's thrown inside from Payao. And considering they pushed Ireland so hard in that warm-up side, yes, they probably are better than England. Which just it infuriates me so much, but it's so true. And now Samoa have now gone well over England in terms of meters made. It looks like there'll be a change here. I think it's a blood replacement. Tom Currie is coming off for Billy Vunipola, so Ben Earl will go to number 7 for and Vunipola will go on at 8. So chances are we've now definitely lost the game, because I think Vunipola is arguably the worst number 8 we have in the England setup and wider setup. Why he's there, I have no idea. Hopefully he shows something in this game and justifies his selection, but he's shown sweet F all in this World Cup when he has played. So Samoa go to the back. I would call that wasn't straight, but it's play on. Fritz Lee inside to Malolo. England defending well-ish. This is good from Samoa. They're setting some phases. They're testing the fringes of the defense of the rucks for England's ruck defense. Now Tamateni feeds McFarlane. McFarlane goes forward to Mita. Tamateni feeds Fritz Lee. Fritz Lee again. Vunipola like concedes 2 meters in that tackle, trying to hold him up, and he's just not doing the job he's literally there for. And Tamateni picks up, feeds Toala, and they're making ground. They really are. Tamateni feeds more big men running on, and this time it's Alalatoa. And England are just getting whacked backwards. Tamateni feeds Fritz Lee. Fritz Lee is met well by Genge. Toala. Farrell puts him down just. Tamateni out the back to Liam Sopawanga, who is tackled well. But again, they're just and it's dropped cold, but it's dropped backwards. Lucky from Fritz Lee. Samoa still have the ball. Tamateni goes right to Luatua. Luatua swings it out wide to Nigel Awong, who puts it on the boot. Johnny May manages to get back and pick it up before it goes, before he manages to get there. But for God's sake, England. And there's time off here. I'm not sure what they're looking at. 2 offsides from England. And no arms tackle from I think it was probably Billy Vunipola, because let's be honest, no one else gives away penalties like he does. So Samoa will go for the poles, and England are on an official warning. Tamateni's having a great game, and Johnny May just. And this is just, this is just like England when they were in the final, in the warm-ups. That yes, that's potentially true. You're right there, RJ. Yes, that's true. They are playing for automatic qualification as well. And Sopoanga does notch the kick over, making it 8 points to 17. And England in absolute dire straits here from just general shite play. And it looks like the changes are now coming. Sinclair has come on for Dan Cole. We need to get Ford or Farrell off, preferably Farrell. Ford kicks off. He kicks just outside the 22, and Marchant lucky to get away with a no penalty there, considering he took out a lifter. Tamateni out the back, and Samoa are looking to play from everywhere, and they've got another break. And Ford gathers it back in backfield and launches it down into the Samoan 22. Bounced a couple times, and Samoa looked to clear. And not a good clearance from, I believe it was Toala. So England, luckily, have gained some territory there. And England are literally back to how they were in the warm-ups, where they just look pedestrian in this game. Itoje rises high. They set the maul. And the maul is creeping forwards slowly. Mitchell's trying to dig the ball out, but it's been lost forwards. And England lose the ball, and Samoa will have it to play. They do. They are playing it. Sopoanga's looking for something, and he's almost put Toala through. Sorry, it was Manu through a hole. Very close. Very good last-ditch tackle on him. Otherwise, he was clean through. And then there's a little dink over the top, and it is for... Oh, and Freddie Stewart's come forward well to claim that, and that looked like a shoulder to the head there. But I assume if it's picked up by the TMO, they'll let us know. Mitchell goes right to Billy Vunipola, who offloads inside to Ben Earl. He's made a good break here. Manages to hold on to the ball instead of offloading it. And then they give away the penalty because none of the England forwards are quick enough to do anything about it. Because Billy Vunipola might as well be stuck in tar. One of the slowest eighth men I've ever seen in my life. And he's not even a powerful runner anymore. Ugh. This is so pointless. This is such a pointless game for England. All it's shown Fiji is how to beat them in the quarterfinal. And they will, because Fiji are better than us. And Samoa are playing... I mean, look, Samoa are making errors, but England are still trash. Marchant has done really well there to keep that ball in, and then kicks it dead. And these unforced errors are just pathetic. And I imagine now Marcus Smith will be coming on at 15 to so I think Freddie Stewart, what? Oh, Farrell's gone to 10, Marcus Smith to 15, and Marchant will go into second center, and Tuolangi will go to first center. It's so silly. It's too many changes. But fuck it. We'll see what happens. But I'm just glad Smith is on. He'll provide something that we need. But I'm just glad Farrell is not at 12 anymore. That's the best thing. Samoa go to the back, and Toala picks it up. And when I say to the back, they overthrow on purpose. McFarland attacks Billy Vunipola. And he's managed to get through both of Billy Vunipola and Maro Itoje. But England have stolen it back. Courtney Laws picks up Mitchell out the back to Farrell, who decides, yep, we're not playing with this down here. And that might be the best thing he's done all day. But it's gone into the end goal. So, curiously, Duncan Paiawa picks up and decides to take it out and then clear just outside his 22. So it is a net gain from England, very luckily. But, yeah, I mean, I think at this point, like I said, I'm giving up on England doing anything spectacular at this World Cup. The Ford Farrell experiment has been absolutely dire. So now Farrell will probably always start at 10. Ford will drop to the bench. Smith will get knocked off the bench, and England will lose everything. Farrell has to whip it wide very quickly because Samoa are up quickly. Stewart is on the wing, and it's hit. That looked high. Fritz Lee, that looked very high. But they will come back for the penalty. And they should go to the corner here. And the penalty is for sacking the lifter at the line out. And yeah, I would have taken Farrell off instead of Ford. But Farrell is literally Borthwick's like baby child. So not going to happen. Although, I give up with the selections that go on in this team. Arundel not even in the 23. Like, what the hell? Okay, no, it was a fair shot from Tuala. It was a very good shot. England on the 5-meter line. They need to score here. Chesham rises high and takes it. England have to score here. If they don't, they are just they're not going to get into this game. Same Moore's broken off, and it is going forwards. Jamie George has to break off the side. Malolo never let him go, so it should be a penalty advantage, but it's come back on England's side. Mitchell goes to Genge. Genge goes low, doesn't make it over. Sopoanga tries to get over to steal the ball. It's a penalty advantage to England here. Billy Vunipola will pick up off the back. Ditches it off to Sinclair, who can't make it there. And this time, Billy Vunipola will try and get over. Again, about as effective as a cat flap in an elephant house. Genge tries to get over. He's short as well. And it's a time off. I think they're going to take a look at it. And there's a bit of how's your father on the try line here with England and Samoa. Just a little bit of a handbags, a bit of scuffle. But yeah, I can't with Billy Vunipola. He's worse than having no one there. I can't. I'd rather be playing with one less man, and England would probably play better because apparently that's our thing. But you can tell I'm super happy at ripping my own country because this is just terrible. Yeah, all you can do is mouth off because you're a crap rugby player. Please just take him off. He's so bad. So they are still checking, and I'm not sure. Well, I thought he said it was short. I'm not sure what they're checking here. Farrell does have the ball, so I think they assume they've scored. On-field decision, no try. That's important. Now they have to provide evidence to overturn that. So I don't see this being a try, but stranger things have happened. I hope Genge is the one England player I have in my side for SUPERBRU. So, it's not even Genge, it's Chesham. His knee's not gone down. It's not a double movement. Now it's down. And he places the ball. That is a try. That is a try. That's a try. His knee never touched the ground, so he can keep driving forwards with his feet. So that, for me, is a try. Yeah. He doesn't propel himself because the knees are not on the floor yet. So no knee down, no knee down, no knee down. Still not down. Now it's down. Places the ball. No propelling. I think that has to be an England try. But the question he asked, or rather the decision, on-field decision, could be the reason. It's the decision that he made on field could be the reason it's not a try. No, he's not giving the try. And I'm sorry, he placed the ball. He didn't propel himself with his arm with the ball in his hand. Okay, whatever. But I mean, England don't particularly deserve it anyway, so fair enough. No try, and England are still 9 points behind. I disagree with that because his knees were never on the floor at the point he was still propelling himself, so I think there is still a penalty, though, so England will probably set another line out and rolling maul. Yep, still a penalty. And Farrell will go to touch. And Billy Vunipola, about as effective as a wet fish, flopping around all over the Samoan players on the floor there, not getting very far. But England will have another shot at it. And just can't do. Oh, and is he coming off? I think Currie's coming back on, and yes, I think Currie's no wait. So Marla's come on for Genge. Danny Kerr's come on for Mitchell. England get the line out through Chesham. They've set them all. I'm sorry, I don't think those changes have been made yet, by the way, because Mitchell is still on the field. I think they'll be made once whatever happens here is it. But the good thing is Billy Vunipola's gone off. Currie is back on, and I can hope that Billy Vunipola never comes back onto a rugby pitch ever again. So it's still in there. From Mitchell is thinking about when to take it. He goes blind, tries to go around Tamateni, can't do so. And it's a penalty to Samoa because England are trash. And he ran away from his forwards and literally only got support from Johnny May because he went blind. And that sums up how crap England are. England are going to lose this game. They will lose this game. And we're going to go into a quarterfinal game with Fiji and get blown apart unless we play our actual best team. So Sopoanga will have a chance to clear. We still have 24.5 minutes for England to do nothing. They haven't kicked it out off that penalty. May is running in field. Tamateni misses a tackle, but May gets tackled after. And this is better. Well, it looks better from England. Earl is met well, but he's got a few meters. Mitchell goes right to Smith. Smith feeds to Alangi, and there is a tackle off the ball there, 100% from Samoa. Oh, and it's really good hands from Sinclair to Smith. Smith feeds Itoje. Itoje goes to Marchant. Marchant is in, and England do something. And why? Because Smith is on the field. And Borthwick won't change a thing. He will not change a thing. He'll still think, oh, no, we've done this intentionally. This is great for England. Great play building up to this try. As if Ford or Farrell would have done either of those things. And I think, so the try is standing. They are now checking the off-the-ball hit from Samoa. And Samoa, who were looking like finally not getting a card in one of their games, could very potentially get one now. It's an off-the-ball tackle. Nah. That might not be a try. Does look a bit forward. I don't think this is going to be a try. I think this is getting scratched off. My only positive here is that England are playing more. That's it. England are playing more. Literally all I'm going to say. Not a lot. And it's no try. 12 off the ball, no. So Toala penalised. And Jesus, do England go for the 3 points here to try and get within 7? I at this point, Jesus Christ, yeah, probably do it. Yeah, and they are. That shows you a lot about this England team, doesn't it? But it is Marcus Smith making all of the magic happen. And yet there are people who are like, oh no, he's crap. He shouldn't play. He shouldn't be even in the World Cup squad. Like, he's literally the only reason we're actually doing anything in this game. soon as he comes on, we play. And I'm. Yeah, ADZ, you're not wrong. Yeah, I hope you're not enjoying this, you silly twit. Look at your team selection. Why did you take off Ford instead of Farrell? He's not a, I don't care if he's a good captain. We lose when he plays. So he's clearly not a good captain. Laws is just as good a captain. I don't see why Farrell is still here. Great. 17-11. Yeah, we scored. And we'll probably score a try in like the 79th minute to win the game, and it'll be like, yeah, we're amazing. Like, no, you're really shit. You're really shit. But Samoa changed the rest of their front row, bringing on, I believe it's Sealala Lam and James Lay, as well as Miracle Failagi, who seems to be one of the biggest backline players I've seen in a long time. So, yep, so the brothers, James Lay comes on for Jordan Lay. First of all, that's fair. That's fair. Well, I don't deserve that, but England deserve that. So I'll allow the rest of the Forever Rugby commentators to rip me for that. It's my fault for supporting this dire team, but I will continue to support them. Anyway, England do box kick out of their 22, and I'm not so sure what's going on there. The referee literally has to explain the law to the players. So I don't know what he's saying. But anyway, it's England's ball just outside their own 22, off their own box kick, off the restart. So, and Martins is coming on. Now, who's he replacing? I'm going to guess Chesham. I'm going to guess Chesham? No, he's replacing Laws, which... So now, are they putting Martin on at 6, or are they putting... are they moving Marrow to the back row? Interesting. But Martin's a good ball carrier. I'm not actually, despite it means Farrell's never going to come off. But Martin's a more solid ball carrier than Laws. As much as I love Laws, I think he's our own in this side. This 23. He's our only world class player. And then the only other one with world class talent in this whole squad, I would argue, is Arundel. But never gets to play. So great. Scrum goes straight down, so I think it'll be a reset. See, they announced that Danny Kerr had come on, but Mitchell is still on and Danny Kerr's not on, so I think that was a mistake. With England ringing the changes, because, God, they've got to change something. Because this is about as depressing as it gets. So, England win the World Cup. The crow tips. Yeah, trust me, no one can be here for me in this time, because I've known how bad England is for a while. And as much as I've said quite a few times, God, I'm defecting to Scotland, I just don't have the same passion for how good Scotland are as for how shit England are, and that's why I can't change allegiances. But England scrappily win their scrum. Benel picks it off the back. Of course, Farrell kicks it, because I don't think he's run more than a yard this match. It is into open space, and it's a very good chase, but Kiowa's got the ball off the base from Wong. Luckily, England had a player to tackle him, but Martin misses a first tackle straight away, which is wonderful. But England have gained some territory, which is good. Sopawanga feeds 23. Miracle Fialagi. I'm gonna say Fialagi. He's huge, by the way. Like, big. Like Ben Lamb big. Tamateni does clear, goes to Johnny Maid, takes it well. He is met and tackled by Nigel Wong. Martins trundles into Fritz Lee and spits out the side. England get the penalty. Not 100% sure why. I don't think it was a Samoan fault for it coming out the side, but I'll take it. England will kick to the corner through Farrell. And let's see. Fritz Lee does get over it. And I think Lay was penalised due to his oh, and that's beautiful night from Nigel Wong. Just a replay of that that interaction with him catching the ball and offloading it on a slide off the floor to Duncan Paiawa. So Jamie George will throw into the line out as Samoa ring a few changes. Malolo has come on. Malolo's gone off. Sealala Lam has come on. Matuga has replaced Fritz Lee, and Matavao has replaced Tamateni. That I'm surprised about. Tamateni's had a really good game. I wouldn't have changed him. He's been a thorn in this England side. And of course, Martins in his first line out loses the ball forwards, and Samoa get it back. And England have lost 3 lineouts in this game, and Farrell just kind of trundling someone sideways in a tackle. And Sopoanga with not a good clearance, and England will have the ball 10 meters out of Samoa's 22. Oh, for God's sake! It's like watching children try to beat the shit out of each other. Wait, Russell Crowe? Was he? Oh, do you see him in the crowd? I didn't see him. Marchant in the midfield. And Lawrence has come on, and he's gone through 2 tackles. Marla out the back to Farrell. Farrell feeds George. No, it's definitely not George. I can't tell who it is, though. Maybe Currie. Martins out the back to Farrell. Farrell to Lawrence. Lawrence out the back to Marchant. Marchant to Chesham. Chesham goes through the tackle of Sopoanga and then throws the ball through his legs out. That pretty much sums up England today. Just, we don't want the ball in any shape or form, so we'll either kick it away or throw it through our legs into touch. But at least the centres are starting to show something, which is new. At least in this game, it is. Chesham doing well. They're going straight over the top of Sopoanga and then flinging the ball through his legs. I see what he was trying to do. He was trying to let go of the ball, pick it up again so he could go again. But he was that sums up England. Chesham slamming his head into the floor. It's about right. It's about right. See the concepts. I don't think Farrell has been world class, but not for a long time. Farrell has been world class, but again, just it was almost decades ago at this point. There's a TMO check here. So England have got a penalty, and I don't know why. But I mean, you know what? The thing I'm most excited about right now is not even this game. I'm looking forward to Ireland, Scotland after this. So they're looking at something here. Oh, it's a no arms tackle on Jamie George, and it's off the ball. He doesn't even have the ball. What? That's a yellow card. It's a yellow card. Not because it did anything, but because it's just stupid. Lucky. It's the second one off the ball. That's the difference. I think that should be a yellow card. Not because I think it would help England win, but just because it's happened more than once. And he knew, he literally saw he didn't have the ball and hit it. I bet you England will go for poles here. Oh, a 17-all draw with Samoa. Yay. It was no arms. He's right. Farrell's the last person who should complain about it. Let's be honest, but it's not wrong. It was no arms. I mean, Owen Farrell is the king of the no arms tackle and just shit tackles in general, but he's got a point. It's just a bit hypocritical. And England will move to within 3 points of Samoa. And, well, hopefully he might fucking miss. Off the ball shenanigans. Exactly. And it's the second kick hit off the ball. And I just can't anymore. Like, this is just, at this point, like, yeah. Wes is commenting on it as well. And I'm just like, yep. Sums up England. The captain, who also is probably the biggest thug when it comes to high tackles, is the first person to complain about a high shot off the ball with no arms. Allah. Oh God, it's what's the word? So Farrell will line up the kick. And he's also taken too long for the penalty. Told you, Farrell's taken too long for the penalty. And England just can't help but shoot themselves in the foot literally every single moment of their lives. Farrell takes about a year to take the kick, and we don't get the kick. And he is the biggest liability we've taken to this World Cup, by far. Except Billy Vunipola, because that was just a waste of jet fuel at this point. I can't. I actually feel sorry for the England backline when they play with Owen Farrell. I genuinely feel sorry for them. And I love that that they do this, England do this thing where it's like This Rose. It's like a mini documentary series that they put on, like, Instagram and TikTok, and it's literally of Owen Farrell saying, "If we do all of this, God will be hard to beat." I'm like, "You're losing to Samoa, and they're not even having to try." Like, you're not hard to beat. In fact, you're hard to lose to. Oh, this is just as effective. I have. And the funny thing is, we're still going to the quarterfinals. It's almost embarrassing. Owen Farrell, you're such a dick. Oh my God. You know, I said I was really excited to finally commentate on an England game, and now I really regret saying that. I wish I'd done the one last weekend. I can't. Oh, Liliafano has come on for Tuala. Interesting. Liliafano has played 12 before, and I don't know what he's playing now. I imagine 12. But oh, good. England give away the penalty at the scrum. So we've gone from losing 3 points to losing field position. And it's just like, well, we're kind of shit, aren't we? Kyle Sinclair actually started playing rugby at my club in London, Battersea Ironsides, and I will give Battersea Ironsides a shout out because it's an amazing club. And I started playing there when I was 5, and I've been there and back more times than I can count it since those days, obviously because of moving away. But every time I go back to London, even if I'm there for a weekend and I'm not broken, I tend to play a rugby match with them, which is a lot of fun. So, Samoa, take it off the top of the line out. Care has finally come on for Mitchell. And Samoa do a dink over the top. Oh, there was almost a tackle. There was a tackle in the air there. Not a big one. Oh, and it's a card. Samoa will get a yellow card. And it is for a tackle off the ball. It's a tackle problem. And now England might win because of a yellow card. Actually, no. You know what? We'll probably still lose. In fact, we'll lose by more. Owen Farrell was world class. Oh my god, it was a long time ago. He was world class like just after, like when Eddie Jones started, like when the team was like at its peak of being best because it was fresh, it was new. Yes, it screwed up the World Cup, but I also, yeah, I mean, well, look, I hate Farrell now. I think he's crap, but he was at one point world class. So England rumble into the 22 via Tom Currie to Martins, Danny Kerr off to Itoje this time. Samoa not. Danny Kerr wants to play quickly, goes to the back to Farrell, Farrell to Smith, hitch kick from Smith. Oh, if he got the ball away, Lawrence might have been in. Danny Kerr feeds Sinclair, who feeds Marler. And Samoa hunting that turnover. Danny Kerr decides to go himself, and he's gone within a meter. Tom Currie tries to go through Paiawa, almost makes it to the try line. England just need to be patient here. And there's a penalty advantage for offside. Martin's almost there. Kerr, get it out. Get it out the back line. Farrell with a shite pass, but Johnny May manages to hold his run and gets back and then drops it in the tackle. Smith picks it up, but they'll go back for the penalty. Farrell is crap. He is so bad. Farrell actually should not play anymore for England. He's done nothing good this game. Oh my god, please, just like, oh my god. Right, we're gonna go for pulse, Farrell. Are you gonna waste the clock and then, oh, we're going for a scrum. That's ingenuitive, isn't it? It says that I'll be taking you through today's game, but I mean, in England are taking me through the bloody ringer, so I don't know about that. Anyway, England have a scrum in the perfect attacking opportunity, and yet they will still find a way to ruin it. I guarantee it. I'm not. I've done so many games where I'm a perfect neutral. This one I'm not, and I'm just hating on my team, and they thoroughly deserve it. Danny Kerr feeds his. Oh no, resetting the scrum. And it's England that the referee is speaking to about that. Fair enough. Don't blame him. I wonder when Theo Dan's going to come on. Actually, I think he will have a good impact on this game. I think Theo Dan needs to come on. They will reset the scrum again. Danny Kerr looking like Deadpool when he was pretty much blown up because he was so bloody small. He was like a child. And England's shuffled sideways. Samoa steal the ball. And it's knocked on by Samoa because they have to do us a favor to keep us in this game because England doesn't want to do it themselves. England don't need, well, yeah, they do need a specialist 8. Zach Mercer, not bloody Billy, I can't fucking do anything, Vunipola. It's not his fault that they're crabbing sideways. Anyway. So, England will have another scrum. Hopefully they'll get this one right. And in 4.5 minutes of having extra man on the field, England have done less than nothing. Except lose a scrum. Sounds about right, actually. I did say it was going to happen. You say they'll score law of averages, but this is England. They will find a way not to. They're like when Scotland used to lose, like snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. It's literally the same thing. Except snatching just shite from average, from the jaws of average. That sums up England, actually. Danny Care feeds the scrum, and it's a penalty advantage to England. And with this many penalties coming, you might be right. You might be right there, Chris. But either way, I mean, shut up, Chris. This is, I would say it's painful, but it's so expected at this point that it's not even painful. The funny thing is, like, no one can bash an England team like an England supporter that's pissed off. And trust me, I love bashing this team when they're crap because they're so bad. Four minutes left on the yellow card. I love seeing a losing bonus point above England's name. Isn't that funny? Right, can we do something with this? Probably not. Nope. Pushing early, free kick to England. Do something with it. What's that? The fifth reset scrum? And yet we're probably going to go for another one. They're resetting again. I suppose at this point they just need the one try. So as long as they get it within this yellow card period, they're going to eke it out. They may even get another card from this scrum, these scrums. I can't. I you feel my pain. Do you though? It's no longer pain. It's just like apathy, and yeah, just apathy at this point. Which is kind of how England plays. So I suppose it's relevant. Right. So this scrum, can we get through this one without some shit hitting the fan? It's got to the back, shockingly. Danny Care under the sticks. Oh, please do not be too happy about it. You're still losing to Samoa. And please don't let Farrell kick. He'll probably take too long. This is the most disappointing win, I think. Well, we haven't won yet, to be fair, but it's the most disappointing meh. I wouldn't even say game performance. Just meh. But thank you, Danny Care. Thank you for doing something. And like the funny thing is that I've been backing Mitchell the whole time, and up until this game, he's been mostly decent. But he was so bad in this game that I don't know. I almost see you can't start him anymore. Like it's that bad. Right, Farrell doesn't take too long on this one, and we do go ahead. And England lead for the first time since like what, the 8th minute? And this is just the most abhorrent England performance since, I don't know, the whole Six Nations. Something like that. Since the last one. So Samoa will look to clear the game quickly. England are in front, and they do still have, obviously, that yellow card to play with. Ollie Lawrence. Oh, and he breaks a tackle. Ollie Lawrence has probably been about as... he's probably... If England have been about as effective as... I don't know, I don't know, anthrax at a wine party. Ollie Lawrence has probably been... I don't know, the rosé you don't particularly like. But, at least you're not going to die. But, that was good. Hawks, scrum off. England now just screw getting any more points. Just keep possession for the last 5 minutes, which they struggle with because they kick so much. I hate my team. Oh, I'm having a meltdown. And they no, it's a free kick for closing the space at the line out. So England naturally self-destruct after scoring a try. Because would it be any more interesting if they didn't? And Samoa, interestingly, calls scrum. And Joe Marler just saying, yeah, I'm okay, you done that, boys. Oh, God, Billy Vunipola's on the field. Yep, okay, so guys, we're going to lose. Billy Vunipola's on the pitch now. In 3.5 minutes, he will find a way to lose us the game, along with Farrell. So watch this space. It's like when Ricky January used to play for the Springboks. When he wasn't scoring wild tries against New Zealand, he was losing them every other game. So, yeah, we'll see how this goes. So, fed into the scrum, and they break off the left, and Ollie Lawrence, no, sorry, Marchant, who actually is a good defender, makes a good tackle on Paiawa. Paiawa picks up again, goes forward, and Samoa are making ground here. Remember, they're playing with a man down. Farrell trying to go for the ball in thinking is suddenly a flank. I don't think he's ever scored a turnover in his life. Samoa just trundling on. That England are going to give away a penalty here. They're lucky they haven't. Vunipola, you know, again, arguably the heaviest player there. It can't keep anyone back. If England give away a penalty here, well, big shit. And it is. I actually don't even know these reserves. It's Matavao. Matavao is the one. Matavao feeds McFarland on a standing start. It was a bit unfair from Matavao. I would have gone right. And probably would have conceded turnover. So this is and Buli Vunipola finally does something, and he makes a dominant tackle. Matavao back to it's a knock on from Samoa. Martin putting Sopwanga into the ground almost illegally. Ben Earl takes it off the back. Farrell will just nudge it downfield. But it's gone straight to, what's his name again? Fomai. And it's a great tackle from Ollie Lawrence. England will look to push them off the ball here. They can't. Goes to Aluanisi. Oh, and he's lost it forward straight to Sinclair. Sinclair feeds Farrell. Farrell to Johnny May. And Johnny May has Jamie George outside him. The size of a bus and about as slow. But love him as a player, to be quite honest. Smith. It's very quick. Stewart puts a little dink through. Smith now has to go get Matavao and is brutally handed off by Matavao. Nigel Awong's got it on the inside. It's gone to the big man, Faialagi. Halfway. They're Samoa on halfway. And it's gone to ground, but it could work out in Samoa's favour here. Ben Earl is marking 3 men on that far side. Paiawa goes. Ben Earl with a good hit. And it's wild track. No, Samoa are going to... And it's knocked on by Samoa 5 meters out. England survive another scare with scramble. Danny Kerr with a try-saving tackle. Billy Vunipola. I wouldn't even say... The non-majestic sea slug that he is falls over his opposite man. James Lay. Now England just have 45 seconds to survive. Don't kick. Oh my God, you have 45 seconds. Thank God for Johnny May because he rises. Is it? No, sorry, Stewart rises high and reclaims that kick. And with that, I think England have managed to see off this win. But I'm not, actually, you know what? I'm not saying anything. No, I'm not saying anything yet because God knows England know how to score a game. 20 seconds left. Is that Earl? Stewart? No, it's Earl. And rings of Sweet Chariot go around the stadium. And the clock hits red. Passes back to Farrell, who boots it off the pitch. And Borthwick rises with a wry smile, and I'm not sure what the hell he's got to smile about, because England were absolutely torrid and did not deserve to win that game in the slightest. And Samoa are now officially out. And even if they'd won that game, if England hadn't scored that final try, they wouldn't have been going through. And credit to Samoa, they stuck it to the English there and were so close. But oh my God, I never want to commentate on England again. If it's just no, just no. It's tiring. Not painful, just tiring. I can't. Anyway, so there is the game, guys, and it ends 18-17. You can see it's taken a bit out of me as an England fan. Danny Kerr, England's best scrum half for the last 10 years. Now that I don't agree with. He's good, but I don't agree with that. Anyway, I will try and now relax and go and try and enjoy the Ireland-Scotland game. And I do actually hope Scotland can get a win over Ireland. It would be great. But I'm tired. I'm so tired after that game. Thanks for joining me on here, guys. And obviously, I considering the commentary of just me losing my shit with this England side. I imagine it was quite entertaining, more from just the crap that was coming out of my mouth. Love you too, Chris. So thanks for joining me on this stream, guys. And I will see you tomorrow for Fiji versus Portugal. Now that I'm excited for. As a neutral, I can be happy with that. And obviously Fiji about to qualify for the quarterfinals. Portugal will have something to say about it. They are a good side. But I will see you then, guys. And thanks for joining the stream. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And also, don't forget to check out our sponsors, BitDefender and BoyleSports. Catch you.